it's a really good Rocket League. Lots of confidence, playing for his teammates as well. And we cannot, again, talk about NRG without talking about Nick Costello. Mist was on fire. If they keep that up, I mean, these matches, again, they got the rematch against Luminosity. It could be a
Yo, what up, people?
And here's the thing, everyone is talking about, well, in their 2-1 round, they got to play like incorrect. The reason why they got that matchup is because they 3-0'd Luminosity in that 1-1 round, had great game differential, so they could move up and get an easier opponent. Energy right now is the #3 offense in this tournament. They are better than G2 right now on offense. That is insane. Energy is back. I did not expect this. I thought they were going 0-3. I honestly did. I was like 1-3 at best. Because you're bringing in a sub, there's roster woes on this team, but Drees, that extra week of practice has really benefited him. He looks comfortable right now on the squad. He retired like 3 weeks ago, and now he's back playing for top 8, possibly top 4. That's insane.
Well, today they'll get to prove that yesterday wasn't a fluke. Speaking of teams trying to prove that yesterday wasn't a fluke, or maybe trying to prove that last regional wasn't a fluke, here Stacks. OG is top 8 after going 2-15 in their first 6 series in Rlcs. It's kind of a miracle.
Well, yeah, after the first regional, we were kind of poking OG with a stick, like, come on, do something.
Did Battalion qualify? Shit, I don't think they did.
But then they come back, and it was a completely different squad. The offense came alive, even though they start 0-2. I mean, listen, when you get to play 5 out of 6 players.
Honestly, I can't really say so. I didn't watch it yesterday. Oh no, yesterday was North America's.
That made me a believer that OG was going to finish the
can't
job, and they did
I just woke up.
just that. So OG reverse sweeps the Swiss. They're back. Maybe this is the OG we all thought we were going to see, because we know the pedigree of all 3 of those players.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, and what's up, David? Thanks for stopping by.
Dignitas, they swept Dignitas, outscoring them 6-2, only keeping them to less than a goal a game. So Dignitas, a team that was top 8 last regional 2 weeks ago, they're not here anymore. OG is here. Congratulations, OG. What a performance from them. Now, speaking of Dignitas, I mean, this is for teams like Energy and OG to make it here, Gibbs, someone's got to not be here. Dignitas not making it, falling early.
Yeah, Dignitas, they were top 4 in Qualifier 1.
Oh,
they
okay.
had a great offseason, winning back-to-back tournaments in North America. But on paper, I thought this team was a little bit weaker than what they have shown, and they finally
There we go.
showed some weakness here. 1-3, and it's not barely like into the playoffs. They played a team that went 1-3, but that was their only win, and then versus Omelet as well, who also fell 2-3. So, like, Dignitas, not a tough road. They didn't look good. They were the 3rd worst offense on the day, only scored 1.44 goals per game. It was a miserable day for Dignitas, but they're right in that playoff push for top 4 going into Qualifier 3. They'll probably fall to like 5th or 6th.
That's good. All right.
But they'll only be about 1 point out for a top 4 spot. So yes, Qualifier 2 wasn't great, but because of their top 4 in Qualifier 1, all they got to do probably is do another top 4 finish in Qualifier 3, and they will have a shot at that major. So they're not done yet, but they are done for this weekend.
Okay, so not the end of the road, but definitely a much more difficult road than if they had managed to make it through here today. We'll keep an eye on Dignitas for the next regional. Their story is over, though, for regional number 2 here. Speaking of teams, though, that had wonderful performance, let's just wrap up yesterday. A 5-game series, SSG, Luminosity. It went to overtime here, Daz. This was a banger of a series. Incredible stuff. And Space Station managing to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this series, you talk about Luminosity, Space Station Gaming. Of course, Space Station, the addition to Chicago has looked really well for them, but they did show signs of struggle earlier in this series. Again, dropping that first game to Luminosity. Again, it was a back-and-forth series. The matches SSG lost kind of took a lot of confidence out of people who were trying to figure out the way this series is going to go going into Game 5. It did feel like once Luminosity started getting things
dude, same, man. I'm a big
SSG's number. That game specifically, Game 3,
the GOAT.
4-2, as it was all Luminosity. A couple of goals there as SSG tried to fight back, but it just simply wasn't enough.
Watch a lot of his videos, like
both end up
watch how he plays and try to mimic
separate
it.
sides of the bracket too. So.
Hey, who's this guy? Check it out. Well, yeah, we were showing the bracket a second ago. We got Pirates on a Boat back in the regional for the 2nd time in a row. They're facing off against G2 today, and to bring in a conversation about that, let's talk to the mug man himself, one of my favorite people in the world, Mr. Michael Achieves Ireland. Achieves, how you doing?
I'm great. Y'all thought you could get rid of me. Not this time. We're back for another top 8. It's going to be a good one today. Last time we fell short on Dig. I think we could have easily won that series. Not today. Now we know what we're in for on the playoffs. We're ready to go. So nice try, guys. I'm still here.
He is, yeah, and we're very happy about it, sir. Happy to see you here. I mean, talk to us about the journey for you from just realizing like, wow, I need to find another thing to do here, finding Pirates in a Boat, to now having made top 8 2 regionals in a row.
Yeah, it was mostly, right before season starts. I wanted to find a team. I didn't really care who it was with. I asked a bunch of different people. Ended up reaching out to Toasty when he was still on Pirates on the Boat, and ended up doing a few scrimmages with them. And they said, "Hey, we'd love to have you for the team." Then Toasty goes off to NRG, and it's like, well, now we got to find a player, right? Of course, I leave that up to the players. They know who they want and what they can get a lot more at that point than I do, obviously. I'm not going to suggest anything because I wasn't super dialed in with what they wanted to do, and they picked a great player in Eris. And at that point, it's been figuring out, okay, how do these pieces mesh together, and going through
Don't mind me,
every
I'm
day
up
has
here
been
just
a
eating.
great process for me, I think, to try and distill the thought process from, hey, here's what I think about car soccer, and now it kind of keeps the same idea and goes, okay, how do these 3 pieces specifically win car soccer, which is a very interesting challenge in its own way.
So you've been coaching for about a month now, I guess. What, a month and a couple weeks at most? What's the hardest thing, or the thing that you didn't think would be that difficult, but now you go into coaching and it's like, oh, I didn't know I had to do that?
The hardest part about it, and for me specifically, is because Daz has already heard this, I love to watch the game through wide angle, auto cam. I want to see the whole field, everything, all the time. And the first day I started coaching, I thought about it and I was like, well, let's assume we make LAN. I'm not going to have a wide angle to look at. I have to figure out a way to piece the game together from 3 screens, and that's it. And so I try and only watch scrims through player cam view, and boy, that is an entirely different exercise when I'm trying to figure out, okay, what's actually happening when I can only see so much at one time. So that's been a very interesting hurdle for me to try and get over.
Okay, all right, I like it. Listen, Coach Chiefs looking at the player cams, getting ready for potentially being on stage. I get it. I got another coach question for you though. You got G2 here later on today.
Yeah.
What's the preparation looking like?
So it's I would like to say there's a good game plan. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's more. I want to distill, like, hey, you guys are still finding your play style, and I want to reinforce the good things that they found that work for them more than I want to be like, yo, here's how you want to beat G2, right? Because they're not quite, at that stage of we're a team yet, right? You just formed a couple of weeks ago. You haven't had the time to sit there and be like, yeah, we know what we're all doing. Now let's think about how we want to do it in a lot more concrete ways. So a lot of my prep is focused around, okay, here's what you guys are doing. Like, think about it and talk about it in this type of direction so you guys can refine your communication and get to where you want to be much faster, right? So it's a little less, here's how we beat G2 and here's how we play our best game.
How many? Okay, RLCS North America is an X team region. How many teams, in your opinion?
I will reference that wonderful power ranking sheet that Gibbs brought up in the open qualifier. I put Pirates on a Boat at 6th in that sheet, I believe. So I will say it's a 16 region.
I like it.
So,
Good answer.
hold on. So the offense, right? The offense isn't a problem. You guys were, in the end, number 1 in the first regional, which was kind of shocking when I looked at the numbers. But you're still right around where you were last time around. What has to change? What has to get better for you guys to take that next step into the semis and contend for winning one of these events?
I think once, because you're right, the offense is excellent, Stacks. It is great. We've got 3 great players that are very mechanically capable, and if any of them has space, everyone kind of has to stop and see what they do, which is a huge benefit. Like, not many teams can say they've got 3 people that can make you go, hold on. So, love that we have that. But the thing that we struggle with right now is two parts, I think. It's a little bit of experience, you know, like getting on stream, you know, game day where matches are really, really intense, where, you know, you've got a lot of pressure. You know, there's still some nerves that need to get settled. Like, they play great, but like the comms get frazzled, you know, things are a lot more vibrant, right? So that will get smoothed out with time. And I think a few less runaway games, like yesterday, playing Space Station and Gen G, you know, game 2 with Gen G ran away 7-3 or whatever it was. It's like, okay, so we still let games get away from us. So we're playing well,
Gotcha.
but just settling down.
What does the name Pirates on a Boat mean to you?
I think Pirates on a Boat, I will quote Pirates of the Caribbean. Take what you can, give nothing back, baby. Don't be stupid, don't overextend. You take what they give you, and you give nothing in return, and you'll win the game.
All right, Achieves, I have a question, though. All right, so I want your analytical brain of all of Rocket League. Who are the 3 teams that are going to the major? Because obviously we know Pirates on a Boat are going.
Yeah.
We already know that. So what are the 3 teams going to join you?
G2, Gen G, and I think Luminosity has a great shot. They're playing very, very good card soccer right now. So I like Luminosity.
The loss against NRG doesn't shake your confidence?
No, not at all. I mean, you're not going to win every match. A team can be playing well. That's all right. But I think Luminosity specifically, especially with their bracket today, I think it's very possible they end up with a grand final run. They're going to stack up a lot of points, and I think they got a great shot.
Incredible stuff. Well, Achieves, thank you so much for joining us, man. Good luck with your team today. I know I'll be rooting for you, but except I'm completely unbiased, so I'll be looking at the match very objectively here. Any shout outs you want to make before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to Daz, of course, as you mentioned. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, buddy. Love you. I hope you're having a good one. Shout out to my wonderful wife. We got married back in December, so love her. She's great. And shout out to my family at home, mom, grandma, grandpa. Hope you guys are doing well. Love you all.
Fantastic. Achieves coaching Pirates on a Boat against G2 later today. We'll get to see that match at the close of the day. Before we move on, Gibbs, let's talk about the top 10 here, or the top 3 plays from RLCS yesterday. There was some crazy ones.
Let's do it. We'll talk about North America. Missed. Look at this sidewall redirect coming out against G Buffo. And the buff
Damn.
North America +1 to all players on his team. Missed. Putting it home. Well done by Mist this entire tournament. Moving on. We got Creans. He's going up, going off the ceiling, coming back down, delays his flip reset off the ceiling to fake some players out on defense. And who is that on the backboard? We got players just getting confused. Everyone's getting confused. Number 1, not from North America.
I want to get to that low.
We're going to South America. This might be the greatest goal in RLCS history. The Psycho coming out from Pan. You don't see
Famous
that in
Psycho.
RLCS. Look at this. Great save, comes off, and that ball stays in the air.
Dude, that's one thing I want to learn.
On the goal line. Pan, what a fantastic shot. It was so good
that is
they lost
hard
that
move,
game.
dude.
They were up 1-0. They were going bonkers. They gave up 3 goals after that. They did go back and win the series, though, so congrats to them. But they were just screaming so much. There was so much hype that they couldn't play the rest of game 1. But that goal was absolutely insane.
That was amazing. That's twitch.tv/Rocket Street Live, I believe, is the. Let me double check real fast whether it's live or just Rocket Street. I believe it is Rocket Street Live. They're live right now, folks. If you want to catch goals like that, they're covering the MENA region right now. You can go check out that channel. Excellent stuff all around the world here. Incredible performances from them. Wonderful goal there by Pan. So that was just the best goals of yesterday. Hopefully we get some better ones today. And I mean, I think let's talk about the bracket here real fast, gentlemen. Well, before we got 8.5 minutes till kickoff here with Luminosity and NRG. We got 4 matches coming up. We can just talk about. But wait,
yes. There's one special thing. We have to do play number 1,000. We have to show play number 1,000. Roll the clip, production. Come on, let's see it. The 1,000th best play. Here we go, Garrett G. Regular season, North America, 1,000 goals. Here it is, missed off the bar. It's not pretty, but it doesn't matter. 1,000 goals in his career. Garrett G has been playing forever, and congratulations to him. 1,000 regular season goals, and there it is for him. And he's into the top 8, so we're going to see some more.
So it's the 1,000th regular season goal for Garrett G. He's only the 2nd player in all of RLCS to do 1,000 goals in the regular season. Number 1, or the first one to do it was Torsos over in OCE Stacks.
Yeah, so on a scale of 1 to 1,000, that maybe like his 800th best goal or 850th?
That's actually interesting. Thinking about all of Garrett G's goals, how good was that one? Like,
Oh, man.
Where's that YouTube video? Like, I wanna
given
see
that it was
all
you,
that.
He's been scoring goals since like before people were even knowing how to double tap properly. So that's
true.
That's like
true.
a long range.
Before we knew what quick aerialing was, which is.
Oh, I
like
wouldn't go that. I don't know if that.
I think he probably scored a goal before quick aerialing was a thing.
I mean,
No,
he was
seriously,
scoring
guys.
goals when Gibbs was like actually on a pro roster. So I mean, like
That's true.
Yeah, like, it was when my back didn't hurt. It was great. And Daz knows that feeling now, being 49.
I'm not 49.
That's a funny question though. Like, where does that specific goal rank? 800 might be a good. I don't know if there's 200 goals less interesting than that one though. Like, the beginning of it was good. It was just the actual final touch itself was, like, just
Definitely in his top 500. I'll give top 500. Yeah.
Okay. All right, folks. Well, now we can move on to talking about the bracket and talking about the action that will be coming down the pipe today, folks. We got the players getting ready to go. That Garrett G, we just saw, scored his 1,000th goal. He's going to be playing in that first match today. But, I mean, Stacks, what match are you most excited for today? Each one's got stories that will make it exciting, but which one stands out to you?
I mean, the one that stands out to me is M80 and OG because, I mean, you've got two questions that need to be answered. Number one, can M80 actually do it in the playoffs now? Like, dog on Jory is all we want. He was fine in the quarterfinal last time around. The rest of the team, maybe not so much. But then you've also got OG. Was yesterday a fluke? Remember, outside of Dignitas, who ultimately didn't make top 8, who'd they beat? They beat a couple CRL teams and an underperforming Dig. So can they still match up with M80? One of those 4 teams down on that bottom is going to end up in the grand final, which when you look at the rest of the bracket is crazy.
It does feel as like the bottom half of the bracket is the you earn the opportunity to lose the grand finals to whoever comes out at the top of the bracket.
Oh, of course. But, I mean, it's not just about, like, it is, of course, about winning the tournament, right? But when you think of the overall points conversation, a lot of players, especially Dignitas, are looking at those matches, trying to figure out, okay, which team do we want to win? Which team do we want to lose? All those 4 teams are essentially gifted so many points here, but they still have to battle between each other in order to get them. They're just putting themselves in the most favorable position possible. So it's going to be exciting no matter who you watch today, in all honesty.
Gibbs, you got a match you're looking forward to the most?
Probably Gen G Space Station. Space Station has had it tough. Both qualifiers, they lost to G2 and Swiss, and that's it. And then they go up against Gen G in the quarterfinals. I want to see if Space Station can put it all into this match and take down the squad of Gen G and really make that playoff race even crazier, really, because then we'll open up the door for that number 2 spot to be available. So I think Space Station has a shot. But Gen G, when it comes to the weekend, they always play like a different team. So we'll see what we get out of that. But Space Station, I think, is probably your 3rd or 4th best team in North America. The problem is they keep running into that wall. Can they finally break it down?
Well, folks, there's a lot of craziness out there. We got 4 minutes though to Luminosity versus NRG. It will be the top match, the first match of the day. G2 versus Pirates in the Boat. We were just talking to Chiefs. They will finish out the day. They have all day to prepare for that game. Let's talk about NRG. Garrett G taking on Luminosity. Rlcs and the boys trying to take on the former top team in North America, trying to return to that glory here. So many various stories. Honestly, I mean, a team that... Okay, who power ranked NRG last week? Was anybody? Given the roster situation?
So I had him 10th.
Okay.
Or 9th, I think it was, around there because OG fell out. But that was before the roster move. So if that happened, then yes, I would have dropped them out of my top 10 for sure.
And yet here they are, top 8, folks, trying to make it to top 4. They got to go through Rlcs, Magic Bear, and Cheese. Raw Greg leading Luminosity here to try and improve on their results from last week. Rlcs, a player who's had so many opportunities to be in. He's been in this spot so many times. He's fallen short so many times. He's also made it to the grand finals and won it, though. He's been through all of it, a veteran of all veterans, trying to lead his team to another semifinal.
Luminosity, I think, is one of those teams. Everyone is saying they're their dark horse for a top 4. Like, even the Chiefs is like, hey, I think that they're making it to the major because they're playing good Rocket League. Well, their Swiss, honestly, was not that great. They lost to Space Station in 5 games, and I think they could have won that match. Right. But then that sweep to Energy was huge because that allowed Energy to have a very good matchup in that 2-1 round. And the 3 teams that they beat, sure, they dominated them, but all 3 teams are not here anymore. So they haven't really beaten anyone above them yet. They're playing against Energy. The last time they played, I watched back that series. It was ugly. It was a lot of mistakes by Luminosity that allowed Energy to get a lot of goals for free. Luminosity does not want to play that way. We see it out of Energy. Drees is coming in. He had 89 goal participation versus Luminosity. He was involved all over the field. It is great to see with an extra week of practice what this Energy squad is capable of. But was it a one-day thing? We always say that about newer teams, that they'll pop off one day and you expect them to fall back down to earth. But this is Energy. This is 3 veterans that is it a pop-off or is it something that they can build upon? And that's the question we will answer today.
Well, oh my goodness, we just got the...
Wait, I thought he was on...
Sorry, I just wanted to go off.
For both teams. But you're not wrong. I mean, you everything you said about both squads is definitely important. I think when you talk about Luminosity,
bro, I forgot what team he was on.
A blessing for them. They're in a perfect position. They can answer the questions that you are asking, while also you mentioned that they were a dark horse to a lot of people.
I'm still trying to wake up.
I think for them, making it grand finals puts them in the conversation for sure. It's just about really showing up and refining what we've already seen. We know the potential. They know the potential. It comes down to executing. And I think that's really what I want to see out of them, because everybody on that team is playing with purpose. Reynolds, we see him on screen.
Who do you got? David?
Absolutely phenomenal.
You got Energy or Luminosity?
And Cheese and Magic Bear have been following that up, getting better and better each event. I am really excited to see how they look this weekend.
We did talk Stack. Go ahead, Stack.
Sorry. For me, this matchup actually comes down to Raw Greg versus Fireburner. Which coach is going to prepare their team better for this rematch? Because it was completely one-sided yesterday in the Swiss. But now, 24 hours later, who has made the adjustments? Who's solved the puzzle?
Where are you from?
Because both teams are going to change things up.
Yeah, Stacks or Gibbs, we talked about the
same. I'm a Mustard fan too.
Earlier in the pre-show that this is like the side of the bracket that just gets to lose to the top side of the bracket. But one of these teams is going to get the opportunity to play in a grand finals. This is one of the best opportunities, and all 4 of these teams, especially Luminosity and Energy, have ever had to change the story, to make themselves the center of the story, to get a shot at being #1 in North America.
Yes, and not only that,
the US
that they'll gain here, they will move to 3rd place in North America, Energy or Luminosity here. So, golden opportunity for both these squads. This game is probably the one that'll matter.
That boy looks high as hell.
Like on this bracket of who's going to that major. Whoever makes the grand finals is going to be like 80% favorites to make it to the major. So, very important here. But for Luminosity, it's kind of weird. They were the #2 offense on day 1, but they went 14 minutes without scoring a goal.
I do want Luminosity to win, but at the same time, I want Energy to win.
That they looked
I'm pushing more Energy.
So we'll have to see if they can bounce back. I figure they will, and it'll be a lot closer, but can they get the win? It's tough.
We highlighted it multiple times yesterday. Luminosity and NRG played each other in the Swiss. NRG swept Luminosity. And it was probably the most important sweep of the entire event there. After a day full of
I need my sleep. I need my naps.
That happened just yesterday would be a reflection of what is going to happen.
I'm not young like I used to be.
Luminosity be able to flip the tables? Let us know who you think is going to win. #LG, #NRG.
I think the longest stream I ever done
was
like 8 hours.
Stacks. Who do you got?
I actually got NRG here, and here's why. I look back at that last series, and I see Drees led the team.
NRG, let's go.
And I think he's playing with an extra chip on his shoulder. You remember when Envy and Optic merged, and Reynolds came on board and all that? They wanted not kick to the curve, and I think that still lingers in the back of his mind a little bit. Yesterday was a good measure of revenge. I think he does it again today.
So, we got a split desk up here. Daz, anything to add?
And then you guys.
Well, listen, I'll be honest. I think on paper,
Yes,
Luminosity is
sir.
the favorite going into this matchup. Just really quickly, I feel like it does come down to kind of preparation, but also NRG. They have that confidence of being able to beat them. The first series, a sweep is definitely a big result in Swiss.
Yeah.
And I think that also when it does come down to game planning, there's not a lot of tape on NRG. This is their first
There is
event with
some
Drees
tape.
like this. So they have kind of
Yeah.
a little bit of elements of surprise.
There's on a different
I'm
level,
going with
too.
NRG here.
I mean, Gibbs,
I like his
feel
play
like
style.
Luminosity had just come off of losing the match of the day yesterday, a Game 5 overtime heartbreaker to SSG before that sweep against NRG. I feel like today's going to be different.
It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day, and that's what happens at Rocket League. Teams will find it. But, like, I think that match versus Energy, it was a 3-0 for Energy. I don't necessarily think that Energy swept Luminosity. I think it was more of Luminosity sweeping themselves, all right? Like, I'll give Energy a game or so there. But
Okay.
Luminosity, I saw some ugly plays out of them, some weird mistakes that I don't expect to see in back-to-back
Right.
or back-to-back days. So, like, Energy, like, I think they have a shot, but I think Luminosity, as long as they clean up those small mistakes, they should be fine and walk away probably a 4-2.
But what if NRG was forcing those mistakes? You see, Gibbs, you gotta be,
that's true.
you know, there's two sides to the
I
coin.
know one
Were they
play
playing
for
bad, or
where
was
he
it?
went off the back wall and he didn't know how to like aerial dribble, and I was like, "What is happening?"
You know what happened?
Why
I
is
can
he
tell you
doing
what happened. He went on that back wall. He saw Captain America looking at him from across the field. He suddenly got scared and dropped the ball. He didn't know what to do. It was just straight fear. Listen,
Okay.
the general could be back. I'm not saying they're back yet. I'm not saying they're back yet at all. But I am saying that they have a strong chance here, especially with the fact of, again, seeing how Drees fell into the roster. If Miz has a day like he's had yesterday, and if Garrett also
has been
reaches
playing
that
great.
potential and matches up with him, I think it's gonna be close. I think it's gonna be close.
Like, imagine Garrett G back. In
I don't know. I
the
think
game,
Energy's
you know?
gonna take it,
Like,
though.
I'm
he's making
checking-
it back with this roster. Like,
I think they take it by
Second is
by 3 points.
NRGback.com, and it's just question marks right now. So we don't. I mean, we're hoping to have an answer by the end of the day, but we don't know yet. And chat doesn't know either. We are
Wow.
split in the desk. We are split in chat. A coin flip.
Yeah,
banger of a
dude.
match
I don't
awaits
know
us, folks. We are ready
I don't know
to
what
get
happened
the
to him.
playoffs kicked off in style.
Bo was
RG,
freaking out.
One of the biggest names in North American Rocket League is trying to repeat their
I got
sweep
both
of
there.
Luminosity from
I
yesterday.
got most of the
Winner plays in the
esports.
semifinals tomorrow. Get up
The
and
recent
get
new
loud.
ones already.
It's game day.
3-2, yeah.
It's the beginning of the end for one of these teams.
Let's
Only
go.
one can survive their playoff run, and first time in playoffs for NRG, but both these teams have gone really back and forth, James. Like Luminosity swept last week, NRG swept this week. It's anyone's game.
You know, I think
Bro, I was streaming last night. I kept on getting called out. Random people coming in my chat, 1v1.
So, yeah,
And these guys are all like Grand Tram, Diamond.
Maybe you just gotta ignore
Like,
him,
bro,
but,
I'm only
at
a
the
plat.
same
Leave me
time,
alone.
Luminosity have come out
I mean, but I don't
strong
back
off
down
the
from a
kickoff.
challenge,
You can see
so
Reynolds didn't even flip
that'll give me
into
training.
that ball, immediately goes upfield for the
Damn,
ball.
alright.
And that looked like a set piece from LG. They came out ready to play.
We're like hyping up Garrett G, and while he's holding hands with Drees, just riding along the corner, and just
Oh,
no
shit.
one's in net. Easy shot for Magic Bear, and look at Luminosity just right off a kickoff, getting that demo, and already put pressure onto NRG. Now you have Mist and Drees stepping up into enemy territory to really disrupt what the opponent has going on, and now it's
Damn.
NRG hoping for a counterattack, missing
Oh, that's
Drees.
good.
Wow.
Drees with a shot to the right.
And-
Luminosity are on a roll.
Drees ran out of boots, was trying to touch that ball to the corner.
They're in
actually
demon mode right now.
demoed after the whiff, the
Come on,
smoke
Energy.
blinds Mist, and Cheese picks up a free goal. I mean, that play was just back and forth. It looked like Magic Bear had botched it with his touch, but Drees gave Luminosity a
That's it.
gift, truly, on that one. 2 now goals quickly for Luminosity. This is not looking good for NRG in game 1.
And you have Cheese going for ground pinches. Like, what is going on? Luminosity just on fire already.
The
Cheese
demos.
First minute, Cheese with a down low shot, and it's saved. Redo's removed from the picture, so NRG want to push forward.
Damn,
They wanna
Luminosity
force their
came to
game onto
play.
This field, but it's Redo's with the midfield, soaring away in the way of Drees. So now Magic Bear has a friend to the right. And
Damn
we're
it, boy,
back.
man.
Reynolds
Yeah,
gets the
they're in
third
demon
one.
mode right now.
We saw a lot of physicality from NRG yesterday, but the
Never
physicality from Magic Bear. Look at this
Never
play.
mind, my guess is
Immediately
21-0.
locked in on Garrett G. Drees Drees too slow to realize. Also,
Dude.
no boost in the tank for Drees to make that play. All around,
Yeah,
Luminosity
Luminosity came
started out
play.
swarming. It's clear they've gone
Oh.
back and analyzed the tape.
I don't know.
They're
Like,
starting to
their
bring that
comebacks
physicality as
for
well
real,
as
man. I've
capitalize
seen it
on
done.
mistakes that NRG have made. NRG, really rough start, but Luminosity, they're feeling good.
Just every play from Luminosity is coming from a man advantage.
Let's go.
What a pass
There it is. There it is.
That
That's
the
all they
push
needed.
that
That's all they
needed out
needed.
of NRG. Signs of life.
Like that switch.
Miss, he was incredible yesterday. You saw the sidewall double tap that he
Damn,
did
he
here.
barely got the last touch on
Delayed
it.
shot, slightly throwing Reynolds off in position to receive that
Let's
pass
go.
from Garrett. Well played by NRG. And if you are familiar with NRG's game, I'm fortunate enough to have seen a lot of tape from them. This season, they've actually been pretty good on coming back. But that's gonna be a miss.
Garrett, what are you doing, bro?
Realized Cheese was not gonna hit this ball.
Man.
Reynolds even bumps Drees out there. Garrett
And
was
that
thinking he
tap
had
that.
some time, but
Oh, man.
As I was saying, NRG had been able to come back multiple times leading up to this game. I don't know, this one already.
They
looking
mastered
pretty tough to come
energies.
back from.
Yeah.
Lemon, we
did.
still have a lot of time. 5 goals. We're only a minute and a half into this one.
It is such a fast and aggressive game right off the bat. Like, there was so much hype behind Reynolds and Magic Bear, but Cheese is integrated so well. He actually has the best offensive stats on the team. This is an all-around team. There's not one star, but rather a galaxy.
Oh!
Garrett,
No.
great dribble, kind of got bumped off the play there by Reynolds. But it's
Don't
still trying to
double
salvage
team.
that
Don't.
as Garrett challenges, and now Drees has to back away, go back for boost. Miz gets involved, and NRG want to build up to something special, but now we're going to retreat.
Nope.
And you saw Drees having to go all the way back there. We've seen now multiple plays where Drees has not had the
Every
boost
touch
required.
matters, especially in
It
this.
has really punished him in a few situations. NRG has spent precious little time in LG's half. LG, on the other hand, making the most out of the mistakes from NRG. They're going to find themselves on defense here.
Hey, well, not
Was
enough
it?
50 for Drees, and Garrett got the corner, but got down.
Oh, dude. Oh, come on!
My goodness!
Oh, dude.
Not it. That should have been so easy, and NRG need to come
Oh,
back
come
with
in, come
3
in.
goals,
Oh.
plenty of time. But Miss collides in the box, and not a lot of
Tap.
use to work with. Cheese
Forward.
just watches what he can do as Garrett pressures more. And NRG were
Catch
just
it, catch
so
it.
close to that second goal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
things going wrong for NRG on multiple fronts. Not
Oh,
able to
NRG.
lock in the easy
The ball back from
opportunities, and then
there you go.
giving
Oh, shit.
opportunities
Shit.
away to LG. This has not been a
shit.
clean game one.
Oh, shit.
I think fortunately
shit.
for NRG at least, this is
Whoa.
it doesn't matter. It's a great first save, but look at the positioning. All 3 LG members were right there in the box.
Hey, what a
Reynolds gets the
fade.
demo, threatens the bump.
Yo,
Magic
like,
right behind
yo,
him.
watching.
You're not coming out
My
on
guy
top
was
in that
cracked, yeah.
situation if you're in NRG. Ever. That is, it's 100% of the time going to be a goal.
You got fade? Luminosity or
The
NRG?
offensive output out of Luminosity at the goal line
Perfect.
is incredible, and kind of an interesting kickoff, which goes in the favor of Luminosity again.
I'm gonna change my
seeing
team. Nah.
The domination from
Nah,
Luminosity
dude, that's-
on kickoffs specifically.
They got
This game
dominated
started out
hard.
with a no flip kickoff from Reynolds that
Don't worry, we got more
led
games.
to a goal. Another kickoff goal. Anytime in a threes game, if you're giving up 2 kickoff goals, 9 times out of 10 you're losing that game, if not more. And
Well, they got this first
NRG's
game in
given
the
away
bag.
those 2 goals. And in this game, you can tell LG playing with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. And yes, NRG did sweep them in the Swiss stage yesterday, but you got to remember, LG had NRG's number round 5 of Swiss in the first qualifier. It wasn't even close in that series. So Luminosity coming in with confidence.
Mist is just hanging out, and he just gets demoed. Like, I'm going to be really excited to see the demo stats for Luminosity after this, and just right out the gates.
Come on,
always
energy.
Looking for that one-man advantage.
Step it up.
And putting NRG's backs against the wall, and they just haven't been able to unfold
Yeah,
themselves.
like a warm-up game, I guess,
They've
bro.
gotten one. Energy
Oh.
got close to a second. And now things have really died down the last 45 seconds. You're thinking about game 2, especially when you're down by 5 and almost in Brazil territory.
Damn.
But Miss collides in that midfield. The play is slowed down. Dree steps up, and NRG hoping to just connect a bit
Miss
faster
return
to catch
more? Who would've had
Luminosity
that?
off guard.
NRG's had chances. You know, they've had looks, and that one does sail in. I think for people looking for the silver lining in NRG's gameplay is they did have those chances they should have put away, specifically that missed play where he needed to just put that on target, ended up hitting the crossbar, and then giving away those few opportunities.
This is gonna be my first
LG. NRG
stream of
this game had it not
this
been
channel.
for that sloppy gameplay.
I'm gonna play
However,
some Super Smash Bros.
Luminosity
Yeah, let's go.
has come in looking locked in, and you love to
Ryan
see
gave me a
teams
Switch,
going
man.
for the set pieces on kickoffs.
I
I think
love
that
that game.
shows an extra level of
fun.
effort, and Luminosity brought that game one.
Well, 10 more seconds left. And that'll be all she wrote for game one. Reynolds getting a send away, as NRG were just probably thinking about the next one, but for either way, I do think Trees has made NRG look a lot more cohesive. They're in the playoffs for a reason, and you really got to appreciate the positive attitude. I feel like they've gotten a lot of flack, and NRG have stayed locked in, focused, and they only care about one thing, and that's winning.
I think that really summarizes the whole perspective of NRG. This split is win at all costs. They've, clearly been trying to find that right third man to make it work, and this is the best finish that they've had, even if the journey ends here for them. But I think if you're NRG in this situation, you have what it takes to beat Luminosity. You did it yesterday, but Luminosity came out locked in, and Cheese, you saw him up there on the big screen, a hat trick in this game, 2 assists. This was such a team game from Luminosity, everybody putting up massive numbers, and Cheese, I think, really is one of those players that, if you've been following Rocket League for a long time in North America, maybe you haven't heard as much about Cheese, but I think this might be Cheese's breakout season. This is really when he'll become a household name.
Yeah, especially when you're paired with Reynolds and Magic Bear, who already showed what they're capable of, or maybe just some of it over at Optic, and now maybe they can reach a whole new peak with a guy like Cheese, who I thought was kind of an offensive superstar back on Koi, and you're wondering, how do you integrate with Magic and Reynolds, who were known for that offense back on Optic?
Yeah,
and it's Cheese who is being enabled so well. Luminosity on full disruption, going for demos, and playing selflessly. They're really setting up each other for success, and you can't really blame NRG for not being there yet when they've only been with their third for 1 or 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's true, but Drees and Mist do have a little bit of a history together. They did qualify for a major back on Optic at the London major back in 21-22 season. So we do know that Drees and Mist have that experience with one another, but that first game, I think everyone on NRG is going to know that game was not our best. We made a lot of mistakes. We're going to have to clean it up if we're going to have any shot in this series. So we'll see how NRG responds. Drees, particularly, if you remember the one play he had where he tried to flip into the ball, missed, got demoed, and it immediately turned into a goal. Plays like that can really take the wind out of your sails.
And I like that the desk brought up the battle of coaches, of Fireburner versus Raw Greg, of how do you set up for this match, because it's a rematch from Swiss and also last week at Swiss, and what fire coming out of Luminosity of a 7-2 victory in game one. And everyone's slowing down to hear us talk more. Pause coming out in a second. Hopefully everyone's okay, but NRG probably just needed to get their footing after game one.
And it doesn't look like the pause is coming. The players have called for it, and as you can kind of tell that this is not your standard Rocket League gameplay.
Very slow.
Finally, the pause comes in. So we'll see what the reason for that was. It looks like Cheese.
Hey, what's up, paintball?
For the pause, so maybe some sort of connection or controller issue. We will find out very shortly. But and also see what time the game is set to. I imagine we'll go back to kickoff probably just a few seconds after the game started. But as I was saying, that really rough start for NRG in that first game, but with these best of sevens, you have a little bit of time to get your bearings. And we've seen a lot of big comebacks already this season with reverse sweeps and even threatening reverse sweeps. And NRG, as I was kind of touching on, Lemon, they've shown a lot more ability compared to previous team compositions in the past to have an ability to come back despite being down. The old NRG, it was like they had to hope to get a lead and keep a lead, because if they were out of it, it would seem like there was no coming back. But this team has showed a lot of mental resilience, and they're going to have to show it here.
Yeah, and NRG definitely had that resilience when they swept Luminosity in Swiss and hoping to just follow that same plan. I like that we heard from Achieves, you know, different team, but the mindset of how do we play our best game, I think a lot of teams can relate to that. And NRG thinking, well, we swept last time, maybe don't have to change much, just build off the foundation that we have and get better day by day. That seems to be a good mindset. While Luminosity, they were the ones that had to change everything around and checking with Spaceman.
Waiting for Chick-fil-A right now.
Running that Luminosity watch
I just ate that, man.
telling me that
Maybe
Luminosity's
barbacoa
weakness in that
burrito.
match was the defense. Getting themselves out of a hole seems to be
Una coca mexicana.
they're lacking that position on the field.
Best combo right there.
Luminosity can have issues coming back, but when they're permanently on offense, when they're leaving 7-2, you don't really have to come back from that.
Yeah, that game was a bit of an anomaly. I don't expect to see another one like it. We'll see. Who knows? Never know what's in the cards. But Luminosity, what works for them a lot of the time is when you have Rlcs upfield. He spends more time, at least in this past Swiss stage, he spent more time in front of the ball compared to anybody else in North America. He loves to be up in front of the play, looking for bumps, looking for demos, looking to just break up the flow of the defending team, and he's so successful at it. You can actually see him chasing Garrett right now. I don't know if the stream can see it, but Rlcs is being a nuisance already. And that is Rlcs' trademark style, and it works quite a bit for LG.
Yeah, Rlcs averages almost 3 demos a game, and Luminosity do like to play really deep in the field, to look for demos, to look for just long passes, and I think that's what really caught NRG off guard in Game 1, why they scored like a bazillion goals in the first minute, and I think NRG needs to find a way to disrupt that the same way. Now Drees up the wall, he gets this away from Rlcs before he deposits that, and Magic Bear will go in for round 2, off the ceiling, gets away from
Face needs to
Miz,
chew on
gets rid of the ball
the commentary.
And Luminosity have been knocking on that door.
Yeah,
and
spicy
NRG are
deluxe.
holding on
Let's
as
go,
Rlcs
that's what I get to.
ball missed carefully to the side.
Missed not much boost on that play. You can see him trying to dodge the bump attempt from Cheese. This is very good pressure from Luminosity. Clear attempt stopped there by Rlcs as well, but this could be a 2v1 situation.
Oh no.
As well.
Good defense from Luminosity. Yeah. Rlcs continues that transition. It's in front of the net. And Drees was there, but the follow-up not in time for Luminosity. That threat level is generating. That 7-2 might be an anomaly, but you can't deny how good this offense from Luminosity has been. Now Cheese trying to slow down the play. Here's the counterattack from NRG. Now watching and looming for their chance to go for the challenge. A good one from Garrett. As Cheese recovers the ball, Drees not able to center this in front of the net, and Luminosity send it away.
And Rlcs even getting a piece of that one. Garrett. Oh, he's going to have a chance here. Did he get bumped?
Yeah.
Is it in regardless? Garrett through traffic. He had to do this whole job himself.
But he had like 1,000 goals in his career. I know the desk were hyping him up, and the incredible plays that he can do when he has time to pull it off, and you see just that energy being able to play from ahead is huge for that mental. Now Rlcs up high, that leader being called off there by Magic Bear. Down low, she steps up. Luminosity cycling.
What is Miss doing? Did he miss that?
This was so
was he?
good from Cheese. He gets the
Oh, never mind. I thought this was going for it.
Makes that first defender miss, runs out of boost, but still is carrying enough speed to get that pass infield. He's in a multi-threat situation there because he could theoretically go for the dish. So Drees is trying to cut that play out fast.
Wait, go for the what?
He dimes up Magic
Oh no.
Bear. What a response. We're all tied up.
Come on. Come on.
Luminosity getting pressured there by Mist. Back past the Drees to the corner. Rlcs there first, and even bounces up to Magic Bear. Can help LG transition downfield, but it's back in the hands of NRG. Garrett stepping up, and Luminosity are just not letting NRG develop any opportunities. And it's LG whose counterattacks are so fast too, but NRG have had a handle on this, better than Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much to have a better game than Game 1. Game 1 was pretty rough for NRG. But you're 100% right. NRG threatening here, having a lot of opportunity. You can see, though, a bit of miscommunication there. Mist and Garrett both going for that same ball. Now Magic Bear's going for a solo.
Oh, man. She had that last tap.
Came within inches of taking the lead for Luminosity, and Luminosity are not done yet.
Oh,
Oh,
it's too
shit.
far for
Oh.
Cheese, and Magic Bear bumps Cheese off and gets another shot close to the target. Now with Drees gone and RG are in trouble, it comes out to Cheese and it's wide, and Drees saves again. Cheese takes the corner. LG want to keep
Nope.
NRG trapped
Saw
in
that.
this.
I saw that coming.
Cleaned by Reynolds, and they're back in the lead.
They were keeping NRG boost starved. They had nothing. And that shot was off target. Had Reynolds not been there, that might have bounced above the crossbar, giving NRG a chance to clear that out. That was really good positioning from Reynolds to be able to finish that play off. And LG are now under a minute left to go before they secure the game. And another big block from Luminosity, whose defense has been rock solid today.
Yeah, Drees defensively, very good for
Wow.
NRG, but where is that NRG offense that we know and love? I feel like it's a lot of Garrett setting things up. Here comes Mist up high. Cheese brings it back down to earth. Drees chasing Reynolds around for the bump, and Garrett misses that challenge, so here comes LG. Mist grabs the corner just in case, but a touch comes out to Cheese. But all three members of NRG had time to cycle back in front of the net. So they'll stop this for now. Last 10 seconds for NRG to get the equalizer, and they got across the field. And
Ma, launch that bitch.
But Drees has control.
Oh.
And not a lot of boost for this team. Drees keeps it up. It's time for Mist. 0 boost down to the orange half. And Magic will send this to a goal even. And Luma
Bro.
NRG forced to keep that ball up. Really nice play there from Magic Bears.
Bro, he just had the momentum speed on him.
There's no bounce back.
I give him that one. That was a damn good shot.
Magic Bear and Luminosity, who look to be outpacing NRG these first two games.
Yeah.
Not even
I think
really
Luminosity has this
that
one.
close. The first game of blowout. This game held firmly in control by Luminosity. They have been effortlessly boost starving NRG, and it just looks like a different LG team compared to what we saw yesterday.
and just tipping the scales, LG, at the last minute. And you see them on the cameras. They look hyped up. They're proud of what they put on. Everyone is excited. NRG, one game away from being out of playoffs, but getting to this point is still monumentally better than what happened last weekend. This is just the beginning of NRG, no matter what happens in this match.
Yeah, I think many of us, though, are wondering, will it be the end of them here in the second qualifier? NRG already forced to call a timeout. Just 2 games in, dropping both of them. Luminosity, you can see, usually it's Reynolds leading the charge with demos, but Magic Bear having 3 demos this game. And there's Fireburner, the coach of NRG, trying to get the bleeding to stop as best as possible. But, you wonder if the wound is fatal already for NRG, who've been struggling to get anything going. And, specifically, you're paying a lot of attention to Mist, who was the top performer for NRG. He scored some incredible goals yesterday, including the one that made the top 3 plays. Mist a little bit silent. And then also, Drees has not been able to really have much of an impact. And NRG's going to have to just turn this around. It has to be playing better. And it seems like it's the mental side of it right now, potentially, where Drees may be starting to feel that pressure a little bit, especially when both of these teams realize how huge this series is for a chance at making it to Copenhagen.
And this timeout kills a lot of maybe momentum that Luminosity had. You saw how excited they were in the cameras, so NRG needed to take a moment to calm down, talk to themselves, as you said. Because I think NRG on the defense improved a lot, from 7 goals to game 1 to only letting in 3, with kind of the last 2 coming in the last 30 seconds or so of the game. Is NRG needing to figure out how they connect on the front, because Luminosity like to play deep, and I think there's a way to punish Luminosity, but NRG need to lead with confidence. It's Garrett G that needs to be the veteran that brings this team together one last time, or potentially one last time, as we enter game 3.
This is a great chance here for Garrett. He did have the flip, but it was nicely challenged there by Luminosity. Reynolds is going to go for it just enough to get a little touch. NRG, see the adjustments if they come out. Miss testing the backboard, but Magic Bear's never going to let that through.
Like that NRG-er ready to push up and start to harass Luminosity, making them uncomfortable. That's a good step one. As Magic Bear steps up for the shot, Drees with the 50 to the corner. Magic Bear's two teammates ready to pass to. Double commit from NRG, but a good recovery as Drees regains possession for NRG. Hopes to transition them down, but that gave a moment for LG to grab boost and come back swinging for more. As a minute has gone by, Rlcs to the ceiling, pinches down to Magic Bear. Missed, great 50, forcing LG back.
You can see the chaos here. There's a missed demo. We have seen him be quite physical, but Cheese there to break up the shot attempt from Drees. A big boom out. Threatening play, though, from NRG. NRG has had the initiative in this game.
Low boost for Luminosity. Cheese and Magic Bear had to grab some. So now missed, slowing down the play. Magic Bear won't be allowed to cross. All thanks to Drees, who I think has been consistent on the defensive front. And I've said this multiple times, but NRG need to make magic happen on the front. And missed 50, goes to the opposite corner, but Magic Bear is there first. Drees hesitating on how he wants to go for these challenges, is able to shake up possession for NRG, but not necessarily win it for his team.
All right, you see a demo at the midfield from Drees taking Cheese down. This game has been a struggle for both teams in terms of trying to possess the ball. A lot of boom ball, a lot of demos, a lot of fighting for possession. You're seeing a lot more demos come out from NRG, especially at the midfield, trying to ease up that attack so that they don't get boost starved. It's been working so far for NRG, and there's a nice touch from Cheese buying some time for his teammates. But LG starting to find themselves in a hole.
Like that, Drees is starting to bump players off the play, and NRG starting to have more trust in their team, and winning these. It's off the back wall. Triple commit of LG blocking that. And that triple commit gives the ball back to NRG. Drees pushes out of the net, but the ball is for Magic Bear, who crosses into that orange half. No goals going into this second half, as Magic Bear couldn't connect with Rlcs, so NRG may be stabilized.
And a nice demo. Magic Bear taking out Garrett G, who was looking to receive that pass. And despite the triple commit from Luminosity, they still didn't give up a goal. They have been able to stop everything that NRG's thrown at them.
Oh, and I apologize. It's not match point. It's not match point, but maybe the vibes are starting to get there. First to 4, and Cheese with the double, and the Magic Bear demo. It's all good for Luminosity.
Yeah.
Cheese again. You can see him in a position to read the defense so easily. He sees Mist coming from a mile away, immediately pulls the trigger, and then guess what happens? You got the demo support. Magic Bear taking a page out of Rlcs' book. Magic Bear had the most demos last game, finds a key demo there. And, you know, if there's two demos, a double demo from Cheese, Drees will get the clear. But Luminosity have not been pulling any punches.
But being able to buy time for Drees there, but man, as soon as Magic Bear had the ball, he brings it up high. No one's there to stop him. 2-0 for LG with 90 seconds left.
Magic Bear went from his own corner. It's a routine flip reset for him, but somehow it fools Mist. Mist turns early, jumps early, and you can tell Garrett was expecting Mist to get something. And now we see another attack for LG. Pass across to Cheese. It's blocked. Rlcs fakes it for Magic Bear. Magic Bear slots it over to Cheese.
Damn, dude.
And LG are crushing NRG.
GG's NRG.
LG said, we are not leaving until the ball crosses that line. Shot after shot, and a decent enough effort for NRG to block the first wave. And LG are getting fired up. The momentum, the wind is in their sails. Double demo now for NRG to get LG off their backs, as Mist won't even be allowed to transition. Luminosity are just constantly harassing.
Man, I bet Jesus is gone screaming this mic.
Here comes Garrett G, flip reset. Magic Bear challenges before he could use it. Drees to the corner, and now you need NRG to really get desperate for these goals, or it's just never gonna happen.
They're desperate for it, but whether they can make it happen or not is an different thing altogether, especially when you've got a bear breathing down your neck. Rlcs, he's inside NRG's head. They have no idea what he's going to do. He jumps on the wall. Everyone thinks he was going to touch it.
Yeah, full control of this game.
Gets on the wall, catches it, passes it out while also going for the bump. LG are on a different level compared to NRG out on the field.
It's tough. A bleed turned into a hemorrhage. A one tap turned into a double tap. Cheese
Can they forfeit?
gives a 5-0 lead for Luminosity. Maybe I read this too
Dude,
early. I
already
said
got it
point
in with
earlier.
the
It's
ace.
kind of about to be with 40 seconds left. Nothing coming out of NRG in game 3.
This is a mugging.
Too bad there's no second
I don't know if
chance.
there's any other way to say it. I mean, NRG is going to have to get new phones. Probably cancel the credit cards. They're getting taken
Ooh,
from
finally.
everything they have. That goes in. But even look at
Did not even
play,
name her
look at what it's
excited for
taking
that.
NRG to get a goal.
There's no chance
This
of
ball
winning this.
ping-ponging around. You know, it's not how you're trying to score. Of course, you'll take it, but with only 33 seconds left, that's little consolation for NRG in this game.
Cheese is having a series of his life right now, though, for real. Like, he's on his second hat trick, I believe, and you see him in the cameras. He's communicating. He's on fire. Had a nice tempting shot and missed, barely just blocks it. Now someone getting shoved off there gives an opportunity for Magic Bear. Cheese with the demo. NRG just can't generate any pace, any momentum. This last seconds drained by in game 3. And NRG got one on the board, but they're gonna have to put up a lot more work in game 4 to surmount this lead coming out of Luminosity.
Chiefs in the interview, he talked about how LG might have a run to the finals, and if they keep playing like this, it might just happen. They have looked deadly, especially Cheese, who's maybe this is the game where he's officially a household name in the RLCS because he was lights out. That double tap to close things off, and then also Magic Bear from his own corner. The flip reset beating NRG. It seems like Luminosity is doing everything right. They have not made really any mistakes. There was the triple commit, but even that, they made it out without giving up a goal.
It seems to be a synergy diff. That's the impression that I'm getting, which again, you can't really blame the difference here. I know you said there's past history, but NRG are still building those foundational blocks. And it's really Luminosity's fault because they don't get time to think. NRG, as soon as they have the ball, they're immediately challenged, they're immediately bumped, they're demoed, they're demoed. And Luminosity have almost perfect team play. The passes are on point, Cheese is on point with another hat trick, and the vibes are there on Luminossity's side. And NRG, you know, they can always take this match as a lesson. You won against Luminosity once, you can do it again maybe another time. Of course, the series is not over, but whew.
Yeah, I would advise against counting any chickens before they hatch. We've seen crazier things happen here on the RLCS main stage. But it might take something special, especially with an NRG who has not been able to get much going. This isn't one of those series where the first 3 games were so close, 1-goal games, and it's just unfortunate that NRG hasn't been able to close one out or losing in overtime. These have been beatdowns from Luminosity Gaming. You even saw the timeout from NRG in game 2, and you saw the adjustments clearly as well. Way more demos coming out from NRG that game, but still, they could not find that code offensively to break through Luminosity.
Luminosity's offense is so fun to watch with the fans, the way they just go past the fence, the way that they just had us waiting on the goal line. Magic Bear cleans it up.
Mist has no boost since being on the wall, and you see it, he's thankful that the shot didn't go in, but literally 0 boost. And that is painful. I don't care who you are, if you're a gold 3 or you're on NRG, not having the boost in a play like that is heartbreaking. To give up a goal like that when you are forced to reverse sweep, that is about as rough a start as you can have.
Needing perfect team play to go up against Luminosity is a tough ask out of NRG, who have obviously looked way more cohesive with Drees. And look at Mist and Drees connect on the front. Drees looking for bumps.
Oh my goodness!
Trying to get this on target. How does that not happen? And LG still trying to get the ball back, and Drees surprises us all and taps it in for the equalizer.
And you have to commend the effort from NRG here. The bounce is not going their way, but they refuse to give up. And NRG do manage to tie things up. It is 1 game at a time. You got to win 4 games no matter what in the playoffs. So whether they're all back-to-back or, throughout this series doesn't really matter. And NRG is going to have to just take that approach, focusing on everything. Hey, but the double demo going up high. How did that ball even get saved? What is happening? It's fireworks out there, Lemon.
Yeah, and this had so much power on the double tap attempt that it wasn't even
There
recoverable.
was
You got Magic
finish
Bear
off.
double demos. Garrett says, I can have some of that too. Now NRG having to use that physicality that I've watched them do before. And this is helping them. Garrett trying to enable his team.
Oh,
hoping to put
look
Magic.
back.
Uh-oh.
I would have thrown him off.
Magic Bear leading the charge right to an open net and puts it in for a lead for LG.
And you could see it all started with confusion at the midfield when Drees was positioned like he was going to pass it to Mist, but decided to keep it solo. Mist then was baited a little bit too far into the scene, and before you know it, caught in no man's land. And of course, Luminosity is going to be ready for that demo. Luminosity have the response, and now just 3 minutes away from locking in an easy semifinal spot.
All right, Mist driving away to the corner. Cheese and Magic Bear all over him. This pops out to Drees. To the back wall, though. Cheese pushed off, and Garrett waits for his moment. Didn't want to climb up for it, so Magic Bear is there first. And so the offense disrupted as LG can't continue, at least not easily. The ball goes to Garrett. Magic Bear is back with boost. Here comes NRG carving their way to the blue half. And I like that Drees is more involved in the front. You've seen this have more potential, as Drees will not go down without a fight. And these challenges in the midfield, though, are just slowing down NRG a lot.
Ooh, let's go, Garrett.
And slots it. There was two defenders in front of him. He had Magic Bear on the wall. He had Cheese in net, and Cheese just had full faith that Magic Bear wasn't going to let him take the shot.
I had full faith that wasn't going in
Oh,
either.
last
I was like, James, let's break down how this is breaking down. But hey, Garrett ties it up 2-2. Drees to the corner, uncontested, goes up. Cheese trying to keep up, but off the ceiling. Wanted to get Garrett, but with misdemoed. NRG hesitated in the box. That's dangerous. Cheese gets a demo, but the ball bounces out to the midfield. LG still recovering. Cheese using all his boost just to set it up, just to get Reynolds in a good spot. But now LG can't keep up with this
big
ball.
demo.
They have to get
wow.
demos
And it's going to go back.
work. And the fake for Cheese. The lead back for LG.
It seems like even when LG makes a mistake, Magic Bear did not get the shot he was looking for, but it's still a rebound out. That ball's so close to being blocked by Garrett, but Cheese still finds a way to score. How many goals has Cheese scored in this series? He has been lights out.
He really is. Now LG, they know how to put the opponent's backs against the wall to make them panic, and LG just thrive in that chaos. Cheese out to Reynolds, who's locked up by Garrett. Now Reynolds removed, gives a chance for NRG to transition, but Drees didn't go up the wall, so Magic Bear has a lot of freedom, and missteps up to shake that up. Reynolds to the ceiling, maybe to Magic Bear. A lot of crisscross applesauce in the box, and not a lot of potential there from LG, but they're only up by one. It's not over yet. Reynolds with the dribble and the demo gets it in.
Slater's no stranger to 1v1s. He casually throws it in reverse, catches the ball, recognizes the ISO play.
That was completely bad.
And that's just the end. That's the end for NRG, at least on that play. With only 1 minute and 6 seconds left, 2-goal lead now for Luminosity, who has been giving NRG nothing all series long. This one feels over.
It does. Drees is going to lead that charge on the front. Not able to.
Is Redo's the only one that has the octane? Everyone else has Fennec, right?
Challenge is not too bad here, but Mist didn't have faith. He was too far back, but he steps up to still salvage the play as NRG try to get an offense going. And they're cycling well, but no boost on the side of NRG. They got to go back to their half as Cheese starts pressuring. Garrett won't let him cross. NRG's defense is stepping up. 30 seconds left, though. Their offense needs to do the same thing. Garrett, a little wide on the shot.
NRG's got to score now, but even there, you see the miscommunication.
Drees
and Mist not on the same page, leaving Garrett all alone. Garrett does get the first stop, but even still, that is precious time ticking away. And I think that play encapsulates NRG's experience in this series, just not on the same page, not able to make things work, and a dominant performance from Luminosity.
Luminosity, it was just a snowflake into an avalanche. When they start, they do not stop. The vibes are on. They got their revenge over NRG to knock them out of the playoffs, to advance to the semifinal, and Luminosity did it in a sweep. Now, I guess according to our script, NRG got to sweep them next time, I guess, James?
You know, I don't trust scripts these days. They can change on a dime. But regardless, this screenplay, what do you call it? Was this a tragedy for NRG? Was it the hero's tale for Luminosity? I don't know. I honestly have no idea what kind of story this was, because it was so one-sided. It wasn't like there was a struggle. It looked easy for Luminosity. Where was the conflict in this story, Lemon? Where was it?
It's just NRGG at this point, but they got to this point, and that's what matters. They have so many chapters ahead of them. This is just the beginning of the NRG story, and well, I don't know if it's called the comeback or not, but Luminosity will forge ahead to the semifinal. We'll see how far they can get in this run, and we'll see what happens next after the break.
NRG had Luminosity's number yesterday, but today was something else altogether. Luminosity with a convincing win leaves absolutely no doubt who is the better team. And to talk about it, we've got Rlcs here with us. Rlcs, congrats on the win and thanks for being here.
Thank you, James. Yeah, as always, it's a pleasure.
Well, Rlcs, can you just take a moment for me and please just explain how you guys got swept from by NRG yesterday and then absolutely dominate out there today?
So it's a team that we feel, very comfortable against. I think yesterday's loss was a little uncharacteristic from us. It was messy, it was ugly, and it was not organized at all. Which we can deal with messy, we can deal with ugly. And that was
what?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
I mean, sorry to jump in, but one of the words that really stuck out to me was comfortable. You guys are comfortable playing NRG. Please expand on that. What makes you so comfortable to play against NRG?
It's a good team. Anyone that makes the top 8 of any regional, any region is going to be a good team. But it's a team that, kind of lets us have our way with them. They kind of don't do much, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I mean it as Miss is one of the best players in NA. Will always be one of the best players in NA. He's very defensive. Same with Garrett. Drees, being the spark plug for this team, made it a little dicey yesterday. But, even with Toasty, similar thing, where it was, they would let us play our game and not really put up much of a fight. But with Drees, I do respect, I see the vision they're going for, but we game planned too well. We all played too well today. They had no chance.
Well, it looked like you guys went to the film room and figured it out, because this was not close today. I mean, you guys, you were dominant in so many ways. Like you said, playing your game. And I guess, I'm always curious what the pros think, more than just what all those voices out there on Twitter or on Reddit think. What's your take on the NRG roster fiasco or the moves situation?
You're setting me up here.
I'm just curious.
I think, and I love the kid, but I think the Frosty pickup was a little rushed. I don't think he was ready for it. Going to Toasty, I like Toasty a ton as a player. Like, a huge fan of Toasty's game. It's not what NRG needed. I see where they're going with Drees, and I do like that pickup the most out of all of them. But I still, I don't think it's enough to be a major team, which, that's where we're striving to be. That's where we, practice every day to be. It's how we practice so we can beat teams like NRG, and it's what we did today.
Well, it looks like you guys are set up perfectly to make that major. And I think one thing I want to ask, with the major in mind, and there's been a lot of chatter out there about boot camps. Do you guys have any plans to boot camp for the third qualifier, looking ahead, trying to lock in that major spot?
It's not something we've talked about. I think boot camps help a lot for teams that need to be forced and told to play the game. Thankfully, I'm very blessed with my 2 teammates. This is probably my favorite team I've been on since, SIP and Arsenal SSG, but it's one where I don't think it's super necessary. Spare me Twitter and Reddit and all the social medias, but maybe, it's something we've talked about for sure. Before lands 100%, but I think for Regional 3 we'll probably be in the comfort of our own homes.
All right, well, Rlcs, amazing answers. Thank you again, and congrats again on the win.
Thank you, James.
Back to the desk.
That was a brutal and sincere annihilation of all things holy. Some are calling it the worst energy crisis since the 70s. Luminosity obliterate the General on their way to the semis.
19 goals to 6. 19 goals in 4 games. That's just not something.
That's 3x, by the way.
Oh, well, NRG were still connected to the lobby in game 1. Okay, let's forget about game 1. Okay, things looked a lot more normal after that. Maybe I'm picking up the James Cope a bit, and I don't even have a contract. So, Luminosity, I mean, they downloaded NRG. Whatever happened in that last matchup, Luminosity completely turned it around, and you heard it from Rlcs, the biggest threat on the other side with Drees, and kind of that unknown factor that he brings. And once they shut him down, it's all over.
Gibbs,
there's not a lot to say, Wave. It was a 4-0 stomp. We're going to begin the playoffs now. Welcome, everybody, to Saturday. Here we go, because Energy didn't show up. It's rough. It's rough.
Help me as a lifelong competitor of many different disciplines and a former professional player yourself. Help me as the Rocket League viewer who watched the event yesterday and watched NRG 3-0 Luminosity, and then tuned in today and watched Luminosity 4-0 dominate NRG. How do you resolve these things? What is happening?
Rocket League is a very hard game to play. Hard to play consistently. When you're a little bit off, those small mistakes will lead to easy goals for your opposition. And I talked about it with Luminosity. I felt like they gave away that series, a lot more mistakes. As long as they polished it up, they would be better. I didn't expect this necessarily, but there's something about 8 hours of sleep with Rocket League players, and it changes how they play the game, good or bad. I'm not sure. It's very hard to pick apart that like on a desk or analyze it in terms of like, yeah, like I'm going to pick Luminosity. They did just lose to that team 3-0, but it's because of the consistency of where you think these teams will wind up. Again, that's why I think a lot of the players don't really like having to play in the open part like every weekend, because it is so difficult to play consistent Rocket League day in and day out. But Luminosity, they showed it today.
They showed up well. They get to play on Championship Sunday against the winner of our next match, M80 versus OG. Gonna be a crazy one there, folks, but the other side of the bracket looking spicy as well. Again, 3 more matches. We're gonna play through all of our quarterfinals here before we are done for the day. So let's talk about the next match. We're going to be getting the team that is going to play against Luminosity here. OG, the surprise challenger. Nobody thought they were going to make it here except for them. They believe in themselves, and maybe Lemon Kiwi. I think Lemon, you thought that they would probably make it through to this point here. They're going to be trying to do it against M80.
Yeah, both these teams have surprised us a lot. I have M80 as like my dark horse. I think they have my hottest take for this bracket is that I think M80 have the potential to go to the grand finals through the bottom side. I think they're just a really frustrating team to play against, and the best part is their defense. M80 are exhausting to play against, like physically. They break up every pass.
The angle,
they protect their backboard. They like to play back and focus on counterattacks, so you always have 3 people to deal with at all times. You can't catch M80 off guard on their defense, and that's where they're really solid. And once you get really desperate for goals, they go for these man advantage counterattacks, and M80 have been consistent, I think, throughout this qualifier.
And speaking of consistency, well, I can't say that about OG. You know, they've been up and down, more so down. You know, 0-3 in qualifier 1, they start 0-2. But then they finally found that spark. The pros power ranked them rank number 4. They thought that they would make the major, and now, because of their bracket, they have a good shot at making it to the grand finals. They have to get by M80, and M80 is a very good team. I think a lot of people now will say that they are probably the 3rd best team in North America right now, but you gotta do it on the weekend, and M80 has not done that yet. AJ, he popped off in spring. He's been fantastic. He moves over now to M80, and he's looking lights out yet again. But here's the stat wave for you. 21 times the team will begin 0-2 in Swiss and then make it to the quarterfinals. They have won twice
He has the same
in
design
the
as the
quarterfinals, 2 and
that
19.
picture in the background.
So it is very unlikely that when you start 0-2 in Swiss and make it to this quarterfinal round that you will actually win that following match. It's never happened in North America. It's happened once in SAM and once in EU. So the odds are against OG, but the odds could be against Jorius as well with M80, because they probably have the most quarterfinal losses as a 3-0 team. So we'll see which record breaks here. I don't know. It's tough.
I got to cast probably the ugliest series between OG and Dignitas, which had my hopes low. Like, yes, OG swept, but it wasn't a good series out of either of them. And we didn't get to see how they swept incorrect in their very last match, but things have picked up since then for OG. But I think M80 already have the pieces in place right now. But like Gibbs said, it's all about how you play on the day.
These teams, they have to show up right now. I mean, OG, you talking about like the lack of consistency from this team. They've either won or lost. They so far they did all their losing, and now they've started winning.
Sure.
I don't know. We'll see what happens here, folks. It is very, very difficult to get a read on how well this team is going to do, but they have earned themselves this opportunity. We'll see if they can pull through. I mean, if you're looking at like a player v player matchup here, as we're like scanning through the cameras here, is there a 1v1 lineup, Gibbs, that you've got your eye on for this matchup?
A 1v1 lineup, you have to talk about Nastan, one of the best 1v1 players in the world. So you got to expect if he has open space to make great goals out of that. On the other side, you have to talk about AJ. Oh, I'm sorry. AJ's also on M80. My apologies. You got to
He
talk.
likes everyone
like,
on M80.
I really do. I really do. On OG, I'm like, maybe a J-Naps. I want to see that knapsack come out, but I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I'm just not feeling it. I don't know.
My peaks are between AJ and Noli. I think Noli has super high potential, and he has to be the one I think that carries OG to victory.
Okay, none of us were brave enough to predict OG on this one.
No.
Quickly here, Gibbs, what is the recipe for victory for OG?
Hop in the knapsack.
That's fine.
I don't think
Crane
there's
is the
much of a
answer.
chance. I don't think there's much of a chance.
Okay,
I really don't.
We'll see if they can do it, chat. You guys, this is going to be a wild one. Chat it has M80 as well as us, so there's a very clear favorite here, but OG did not earn this opportunity for nothing. We'll see if they can do it. OG versus M80 here. The winner gets to play against Luminosity. Which one's going to be the more difficult opponent? We'll find out, folks. This is going to be a crazy one. Let's get into our next quarterfinal.
It took OG Esports 6 series to finally wake up and arrive in the new season. But now they're here. Can they keep the momentum from yesterday going where they've won their last 9 games? M80 stands in the way.
And M80 trying to break into that top 4 spot. Everyone's been calling them Swiss merchants. Let's see what they can do in bracket.
All they can do now is throw one up high where Calm can't quite catch up to it. And it's given away to Nas. Such a disappointment last time around for M80. I mean, both teams were disappointed in their runs in the end, right? Because OG, of course, goes 1-9 in the Swiss. But for M80, with all that promise, go out in the quarterfinals to Shopify Rebellion, who doesn't exist anymore. As Jorius will score, he was the low man by far coming into this series. A boatload of assists, but now he's scoring.
Yeah, this one really just comes down to the free shot chance, right? There was 2 demos in the back end. OG double committed on the shot. They were trying to get back in time. J-Nap's last back. He got bumped in the transition. If you are going to send everyone forward, you have to be sure. But I have liked what I've seen from OG in the opener here. They have been able to create opportunities, but defensively, they're letting things slip through. This one quickly off the kickoff. It'll be Nas with another goal.
All defensively, not where they want to be. And a team that doesn't strike you as one that is going to erase big deficits. So they've got to find a way now to erase this early 2-goal deficit. They do have plenty of time. Noli down to Calm, and he's demolished. The irony taken out by Nas. And now J-Naps trying to set up Noli. Not going to happen.
Nope, all committed.
Booms it away. And M80 repel OG in their first solid attack of the game.
Yeah, definitely good read there. I mean, again, earlier, those 2 demos were done by Calm. Now you see Nas, even on the defensive end, understanding, let's just take Calm out the play, make him awkward. But you have to pay attention to OG. They're being able to get this ball on the goal line. Their opportunities have been strong. If Calm wasn't demoed on that last play, could end up with a goal. J-Naps, though, holy, nice shot from J-Naps. You see this lineup, beautiful pop by Calm. Naps wastes no time beating AJ and pushing that into the back of the net.
So OG does answer back. They still have some work to do. Got a lot of time to do it. It's Nas. AJ running forward, not finding anybody. And Jory is on his way back, so OG can start cooking. Noli grabbing that midfield boost in behind J-Naps, but a good win by Jorius will bring M80 back into the attack. Couldn't take out Noli, though. He's just ahead of the play. See what AJ can do with this. Might be able to chase this down himself. J-Naps a little too far ahead of him, and Noli goes to work. Is J-Naps going to factor into this play? No, he's not. Jory is making sure to play away from everybody and keep possession that he gave it away.
But a little too far forward. Now he's got it. Oh my goodness, they turned it on a dime.
Dude, those pass
what
plays.
a counterattack from OG. Watch everyone from M80 just turn around, realize they're in danger, but they just can't get it back. Execution
They're
perfect
committing
on that
too much.
transition.
Not M80.
So that slow start completely erased.
Need to rotate better.
This is exactly what OG needed. Noli right down the side, and he would have taken it all the way if not for the efforts of Jorius taking him off the field. Now Jorius looking for AJ. Can't find him. Back and forth they'll go, waiting for someone to blink now. Now,
Oh.
shot blocked away. This time by the combination of Calm and Nolly. AJ couldn't take out Calm, though. You wonder how much of a target Calm's going to have on his back. Yeah, I mean, his play style, you know, obviously it's polarizing. Most people who understand how the game works don't have a problem with it. But the big problem is if it doesn't connect, if he's not racking up demos, if he's not being the disruptor, at that point you become a bit of a liability.
Of course, but that's what a lot of players know, and that's when it just comes down to, can you execute? Calm, the reason why he even has that that thought process is because he can execute. So it's never really going to be a question there whether or not he's on the play. He understands the risk he takes every time, but smart players know when to and when not to. Calm's just been that much effective, and so has OG so far this game. They've had a couple close opportunities. I'm a little concerned, making sure that they don't overcommit. There's been a couple of double commits in the back end. We obviously saw the one that led to the first goal of the game. They have been cleaning things up for the most part, but again, just making sure. I can see sometimes a player seems a little bit antsy, whether or not they want to go for the ball, and that indecisiveness could cause errors. But right now, they're looking really solid.
Well, he's got a demo there on Nas. J-Naps out of the play. He was over on the other side. Now he'll come back in. Calm diving in after Jorius. Nolly stays way back. And that means he can play this ball. J-Naps up
Double.
early. Try to let him double.
God.
Bang.
Oh my goodness, J-Naps is having a game. Look at this, 100% goal participation. Jorius had to respect it as soon as he went up. He saw Naps with the ball, but there was nothing he could do to stop that from happening. J-Naps just that efficient.
All right, everybody, after the first regional, y'all still think he should have retired? Still got it. Here goes Calm, over one. Can he take out Nas? No. Nolly's there, though, and that play by Calm was enough of a disruption that it really made Nas uncomfortable. Jorius, back wall.
It's open.
Easy
It's
clear.
in.
Inside the dotted line. J-Naps adds another trick.
Man,
Yeah,
what,
OG's looking good.
just what awareness here from OG. J-Naps will pick up the hat trick. 3 for 3. He's popping off. He's popping off. The team's playing so well. This is a great start going into the series for them. I know a lot of people thought M80 were going to be, taking this series under their control, but OG's definitely shown you got to fight for that. Not the best touchdown for Naps here. Calm able to get back in time. Again, a couple of double commits there. Nolly didn't really know when to go, but Calm was able to bail him out. And still plenty of time here in game one if M80 want to get back on the board, but they need to start really playing for each other here. A couple of demos as AJ takes out Nolly, who just got finished taking out of Jorius, but OG still able to get downfield, still able to put pressure on.
I'm sure M80 wishes maybe they could play in the MENA region where their bracket, part of it would be played on Friday, because on Fridays they seem to be money. Saturday, not so much, as they have seen the full force of what this OG is capable of. M80 scored the first 2. OG answered back with 4 of their own and have rolled to a Game 1 victory.
Game 1 going to OG. Time ticks down. And you got a nice little solo play there from Nas. Beautiful flip reset. Over Calm, too. Right to the top left corner. But it doesn't matter. OG takes this first game. They set the tone here, and it does feel like this team's really starting to play with a lot more purpose and playing with each other. It looks good.
In the end, it becomes just the 1-goal victory with that last-second goal by Nas. But how about OG? I mean, just the bounce back. I mean, we can harp on their numbers from the first regional all we want, but what matters now is how they've done this weekend. As we look back at the Mobile 1 high-performance replay, and again, first minute of this game belonged to M80. The next 3 belonged to OG. J-Naps, double tap.
On to J-Naps, my
Oh,
goodness.
man, yes. Hat trick for J-Naps and an assist, by the way.
Yeah.
So, casual 100% goal participation. Just a brilliant performance out of the longtime G2 veteran. Now finding himself with Calm and Nolly on OG. Look, the faces are different, but the game remains the same. And this kind of old guard here trying to hang on for all they're worth seemed to be worth pretty much in that game.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you have to give credit to the JNAP's performance there. Definitely helped the team excel. I mean, Kaminoli got him a lot of space. He made great use of it. M80 are going to make adjustments here. That's going to be the biggest thing going into for the rest of the series. You got a hot start, OG. Make it worth it here because M80 are about to hit you with everything they got. Here we go.
See if they can pick up where they left off. JNAPS, he was up so early, but that time just off the mark. Nolly and JNAPS unable to connect. Nolly tries here for a double, and AJ's got it away. Jory is now out of the corner, and nobody else there. Calm forces everybody away.
Oh, good pass. Joris puts a shot on.
The save under the bar.
Whew. Close. Things kind of turning here on a dime. But so far, been a very manageable game. Good demo on the back end. You know, Joris is low on boost, so Noli trying to force the pressure. Khan actually waiting on the wing there. Ball went right to him. Great positioning. He's been reading the 50s well. Good little fake challenge from Noli. He knew Nas had the ball, just trying to get him off of it. And now Khan able to get a little bit more room. OG really are, I mean, the way they approach the ball. Okay, is it better for me to take this challenge or should I leave it for my teammate? And you're starting to see them really utilize that up and down the field. Everybody so smart with how they're approaching the ball. And oh, Nolly got it. Great 50 in. First goal to OG.
This is not what you're looking for. AJ's forward. Jorius gets his pocket picked, and Nas just can't catch up to it. And an awkward way to give up your first goal after getting outscored. Well, now they've been outscored 5-1 since scoring the first 2 goals in this series. Here's JNAPS looking for the same spot. AJ's got this one away. Defense is actually home this time for M80. Now Nassau, Nolly clipped that one too. So again, slowing down M80. They're not able to move at the pace they want. Calm, can he center this ball? No, Nassau's in the way. But Nolly will try just a little bit high. Again, the opportunities are there for OG, where they certainly weren't a couple of weeks ago. I mean, M80, they're kind of playing with fire here. They're letting OG get very, very close to their net.
Yeah, it just feels like, look, they're slow to the ball. You even saw that there. Jorius, he probably was going up to force from AJ on the back wall, but even with AJ with that possession, still can't get it. Jorius getting beat right in front of his box. This is just really tough. And oh my, what in the world is up with JNAPS? This man is on fire. Look at what a shot.
And that's off a bump, by the way. He was going for a double in front of the net. He gets knocked out into the sidewall and decides, okay, well, I'll shoot it from here then. And what a missile it was. 2-0, 3 minutes left.
Wow. I mean, the demo play, the way they've been moving around the field has been effective. I will say, though, for M80, it has been kind of a struggle looking at them move upfield. They do get one, though. Good play here from Jorius. Leaves space for AJ, and then just goes to disrupt upfield.
Yeah, Calm gets knocked out of the play here. Had it all lined up, if not for him. AJ with his first goal of the series. Back within 1 is M80. Got a lot of time to work with, similar to game 1, where M80 scored the first couple of goals. We're seeing these pre-jump plays happening quite a bit way downfield. Didn't work out this time for OG, and then JNAPS making the stop on the other side.
M80 definitely playing a lot of purpose. Oh, Jorius didn't get the boost, so he's got to back off. You see Nas with the ball, has AJ middle. Nas gets demo, but the ball will go towards Jorius. He doesn't have a lot of boost, so he's got to pre-jump it. And does do so, but 50 still in favor of M80. They're trying to work the ball upfield. It's just been really tough because OG's on top of it, and they give up so, it's just, they don't give up any space. It's really hard for M80 to take ball control and really use those solo points that can break down defense. I say that, and oh, Jorius, he had to barrel back, the ball going towards his net. Looked dangerous as Khan was threatening with the demo, but Khan knew he wasn't going to be able to make contact in time, so he pulled off.
I would have liked to see Calm at least try to follow through with that play. It might have actually yielded some results. Noli thought about coming up. Instead, he turns back. He can slow things down, but AJ keeps the play progressing. Lining up a double. Drop down in front. Nobody home, and Noli will just leave it off for JNAPS, but it's disrupted by Jorius, and AJ jumps in front. He takes over now. AJ from the wing. Demos galore as JNAPS is deleted. Here comes Jorius again. And again, Calm has that on the back line. Can he get around Nas? Yes.
Pass.
But Nas did just enough to get that to Jorius.
So looking a little awkward here. Haven't been able to catch up to the play. Jorius back. He's up early, but Nas went up too. Jorius gets bumped. Not only too far away from the ball to really take advantage of it, and Nas, he's able to turn this one back into M80. A minute remaining. They've been trying, but I mean, OG have cut off all of their passing lanes. Anytime someone takes the ball, they don't get that much control, and it's been hard for people to get boosts. I mean, George has zero boost going upfield right now, trying to take boosts while Nas is fighting for his life in the back end, and AJ's getting demoed. He still didn't pick up 100. He's got 30 here as he's trying to still stay in the play, but this goes to show how tough it's been. Nas almost able to get something going there, but Calm even blocks it off. They are running out of time here. Final 30 seconds.
Jorius going to work. Got around Noli, going after Calm, and Calm stays above the play, brilliantly defended. Now J-Naps left that off where AJ can take it. Noli there as well. OG have been forced into the shell. Can they keep M80 out of their net? AJ with 9 seconds. Dive bomb onto one. Kept it central. Calm with a big clear. Has his flip, no, and he could not get more contact, doesn't matter, as the ball killed right at the end, and OG hangs on. But this time around, Daz, they had to work extra hard to hold that 1-goal lead.
Yeah, they did. M80 was trying to knock on the door, but I do enjoy the way OG was able to manage that because, again, they cut off anytime someone was on a solo play, they cut it off. They were able to deny a ton of boosts. I mean, Jorius specifically had a really tough time of just being able to fill up past 50 boosts. He was just grabbing pads, trying to keep the field position, didn't want to give up field position, and wanted to obviously keep offense going for M80. But the fact that he wasn't able to get enough to where he could do more on the ball really kind of limited his opportunities, and so also limiting M80 because Nas and AJ really had to dodge a lot of demos and make work with what they had. All in all, that's just due to how well OG was moving around the field. I really enjoyed seeing it, but we play on here, and M80, I don't think we got a timeout out of them. So they're going to keep going. I mean, to be fair, it has been, that game was very, very close.
Yeah, Nick opting to hold on to that timeout. Down 0-2. Still have it in this best of 7 if they are facing quadruple match point if this continues. Look at OG, though. The last loss they had after just a miserable start to their season was 1-0 when they were getting swept by Adam, Knight, and Oath. And everybody thought, okay, stick a fork in them, they're done. All of a sudden, OG is halfway into the semifinals. Looking for top 4 or more out of decidedly the easier half of the bracket. We're underway now in game 3.
Something's got to give. We'll see how well M80 can work on the fly. Right now, OG, though, playing with a lot of confidence, and you can really see it. Even Calm here, most people would probably try to like fake that. He goes straight in for the 50, took his time, lined it up well, and look, it's giving OG a lot of room. Then it's open. Noli just has to hit the shot, and he's not gonna miss a free one. First goal to OG. They strike early again.
It is the biggest mystery to me how this man can't stay on a team. All he does is perform at an elite level. And every roster he's on, they're better for it. Here it is again. Now AJ trying to fight through Calm. That drops down in front, and Noli, of course, has the clearance. He'll chase it downfield with Nas there. And now it's Calm with Noli running interference. Got a piece of AJ, but AJ recovers. J-Naps bringing it back in. What can he do with this as Jorius tries to bring it out of the corner? It's Noli again trying to set the table. Maybe even score himself. Just a little too slow on the shot.
Ooh, bad aerial from Calm. He wants to keep that in play, make control of it. But OG had a lot of pressure out in front. You saw J-Naps running interference. Noli just playing low 50s. That way the ball goes for Calm. Nas trying to do that same thing for Jorius, but just couldn't get it in front of the net. Good defense from OG to block that out. And oh my goodness, J-Naps up so early for that to try to put it on target. Now M80 trying to get it the other way, but Nas, you let that ball go. J-Naps has it 1v1 versus AJ, puts the testing shot on, but AJ has the block.
Noli missed on that waterfall effort by millimeters. There goes Calm now. AJ up to meet him. Clean win. Nas running underneath, and J-Naps make sure to go back towards Nolly. Good team defending there out of OG. And now J-Naps just ahead of Nas. But AJ thought about running onto one here. Only one man back, it's Jorius. He's giving that one right to Calm. Does he have another touch? No, it's cleared away by Nas.
Oh, Nolly not able to get the best touch, but look at that. Calm pass to J-Naps. J-Naps opting to control. He's got 0 here, so not much he could do if he wanted to. Calm in a tough spot. He's got to reach to get there. Jorius was trying to take advantage of the demo in the back end. Calm able to deny. J-Naps brings it all the way downfield. These teams are trading left and right, trying to get that strong counterattack, but no one has been able to find the mark. The defense has been able to clean up. Either way, halfway through this game, OG still in front. They have shown no signs of really giving up a game to M80 yet, but M80 is trying to push the issue.
Well, Nolly's got J-Naps downfield, tried to disrupt AJ and throw him off. It did not work. And now Nas on target, but Nolly will recover. Overton, Calm, who has to take this himself with Nolly taking off the field. He got around AJ, and he just about got around Jorius, but nobody else is there, thanks to physical play this time out of M80.
No one got that corner, so Jorius picks up the corner there. We'll see if that helps here as Nas gets the first touch. Jorius actually jumped early. That's a big double commit. They got numbers the other way. Calm's going to take the boost. You see Jorius flipping back. He gets the corner. Now he's able to set up for defense. J-Naps, though, misses that one. Calm plays it low as Nolly has to get back. Can he get the stop? No! It sails all the way in. AJ will score, and M80 tie it up, but chaos as that play went down.
Well, Jorius parks the bus in front, and he screened Nolly off the play just enough. And with 99 seconds to go, we're all squared. One apiece. Is this the window here for M80? Another demo. Nas just following through, but Calm is passed. AJ, tough spot out of the corner. Well enough defended, but now this drops in front and Nas has to clear it away. AJ's there with 1:20. Chance for M80 to take their second lead of this series, but instead, the clearance from Calm and M80 forced to reset. That demo certainly helps though. Jorius couldn't land on it though and couldn't play the ball any further.
Nolly has to get a big win here, does get it straight to Calm. Calm trying to set up a play. Nolly looking for the bump. Jorius is able to get back in time. J-Naps wants to keep this one in play. 1 minute to go. And it's looking really awkward here for M80, but they're able to kind of break out. Nas not able to get the redirect. AJ plays this one high. OG have really been setting up some good opportunities, but sometimes they just kind of mismanage where and when. Nolly, I've seen Nolly and Calm try to both set up upfield for bumps, but then when the J-Naps hits the ball off the backboard, no one is there to get that follow-up. Maybe a chance to kind of clean things up here, score something late. 30 seconds remaining, anybody's game, infield pass. Nas tries to test the backboard again, but Nolly turns it into a transition play. J-Naps, can he beat Jorius? No! Jorius, big challenge to stop a potential play for OG, and M80 try again.
Final 13 seconds before we head to overtime. J-Naps right at Nas. Well, that could have been real scary if Nas had followed that play up. Last charge now, maybe from M80. Will we head to overtime? Sure looks like it. That was headed netward, but with no time on the clock, it's OT.
Okay, big OT here for M80. Chance to really turn the momentum of the series around. They've been playing well, and OG, their lack of being able to execute may come back to haunt them, but M80 also have to get things going too. Been a little shaky, but not too shaky, as they have just been trying to get that disruption play.
Oh, what a win there by Nolly. He just can't stay with the play. There's nobody else following it. So now AJ has all day to play this ball, and he probably took way too long. J-Naps trying to center. It's going to go way after midfield, and that means Nolly can't play it, so Calm has to go all the way back, grab that corner boost. Will they bring J-Naps into the play? Sure will. J-Naps, you can see OG's plays have been a lot slower and more deliberate than M80's. They've kind of opted for more of a quick strike offense. And M80 have kind of picked that apart here as the game has gone on. Now Calm though. Oh, he couldn't get the flip reset and nothing else brewing.
And J-Naps went there too. Nolly's up early to try to stop the counter, and does end up working out. Things were definitely slow, and Joris didn't connect on the ball, so JNaps is going to play it low. He'll get demo for his efforts, but he does bring the ball downfield slowly. This is good for OG, but yeah, they have been playing a lot safer. That earlier on in the series, they were just playing really fast. I mean, almost pre-jumping on a couple of shot opportunities. But now, as things are safe, will it be effective, or will this slowed down speed give M80 an opportunity to catch up?
I think as this game slows down, it does favor M80. Even though Calm is on the other side of the field, I think M80 has been the better physical team. They've been able to disrupt all these kind of slow, methodical plays out of OG and put them in awkward spots. Infield pass, and the shot goes well wide. And now JNaps in transition. It's a slow one. He's going to drop it off to Calm instead with the full midfield boost. Waterfall down, and that last touch played it away from JNaps.
Oh, no, it was awkward.
It's only Nolly to beat.
Is that boost? He didn't have boost.
Downfield. Jorius is there. M80's on the board.
Right place, right time.
Bro, look at that.
Straight to Jorius, all the way downfield.
Bro, that was...
He tried to scramble to get back, but he had nothing in the tank. And M80 turned this game around and could potentially be starting to turn the series around. Well done. The perseverance pays off.
It does, and now if you're OG, I think you got to do some soul searching, because all those tricks that worked for those last 5 or 6 goals are not going to keep working. You're not going to be able to take forever and set up a deliberate play. Things have to be a lot faster. And if they're not, M80 could just walk through the rest of this series.
Bro, no.
Yeah, they could. I mean, the way they've looked so far, I mean, you talked about it, the physicality has definitely been there, and you can even see it in the numbers. 5 demos from AJ, 5 demos from Nash, 2 from Jorius. Almost just as much as OG, but no, that physicality, they're hitting OG kind of with a taste of their own medicine here. And in that series, it forced OG to play a little further back. Once you finally start to see them push up, they're pushed too far forward and with low boost. That was right when Nash and Jorius decided to really flip things on their own head, because for Jorius to be downfield like that and Nash opting to pass it to him, that play is insane. But that's sometimes how you have to win here in the top 8.
Only 3 teams racked up more demos in the Swiss rounds per game. Akron, G2, and Luminosity. M80 just a shade under 5 per game in the Swiss, and they are gunning for OG all throughout this series. There's one as Nolly takes out Nas, so it goes back the other way. Calm's shot is blocked by Nas off the respawn.
So Calm already getting a shot on. You see OG trying to go back and play a little faster here. Big win from M80. Turns things around here for the series, makes it anyone's game. But OG, I mean, they get things on match point early here. Does wonders for them in terms of the confidence, and I don't necessarily know if M80 have what it takes. I mean, they had a slow start to the series, but now they are starting to ramp up. That one is going to go in from Nas, and here we go. M80 on the board first.
Who makes fewer mistakes? That's what this series is going to come down to. JNaps just kind of got caught out there on the side. Nas recognizes that, takes advantage, take what the defense gives you.
They're starting to adjust their gameplay.
Also playing a factor here early in game 4. Now Calm, up to the heavens, he has his flip reset, and it doesn't matter, it still goes in. That went off a defender. Did Calm get one more touch after the stop? No,
that was it. AJ just misread it, and it's kind of, I think that actually goes off AJ's car a little bit too. Really unfortunate for AJ, and all that work M80 did for the first goal just doesn't matter after that misplay.
Indirect pass for JNaps, indirect shot, and he almost followed it up. There's Nolly, shot on, and AJ had to be wise to it. Jumping down from the crossbar to make the save. Now Calm, going to work, now swats it away, but JNaps is right there, and so too is AJ. Well defended on both fronts, but now it's Jorius through the corner. Got the boost steal there, and that goes harmlessly across the face of the goal, courtesy of Calm, as AJ now trying to bring it up to Nas. Can Nas do anything else with this? No, he can't. Nolly's got the clear, and bodies forward here for OG. They've been very aggressive in the early stage of game 4, partially to their detriment, but it also worked out with their last goal. That's shut down, and Jorius with the save.
AJ with a chance here to control. Sees Nolly, can't get it over him. I've been keeping eyes on AJ, making a couple of plays off ball. The reason why Nolly was slow to that follow-up, but yeah, you saw OG numbers advantage. Didn't quite work out there because AJ read the play. He saw Jorius in trouble and then just decided to cut the play out.
Ooh.
Now he ends up trading demos as the ball rolls towards the net here for M80. Gets saved away, and now things are starting to slow down a bit for them, but for OG, things are starting to ramp up. You're starting to see them get more aggressive. They are trying to opt into that, just the demo play, making M80 as uncomfortable as possible. Has worked out big time for them. Nolly, no, hits the crossbar. Calm follow-up. It's a light touch. Nolly has to go back, and he actually ends up making a touch to cut out AJ. Could have been a transition play the other way from M80, but OG, good read on the situation.
That could have been a little awkward for OG defensively, but it's a win by Nolly. JNap's running ahead. He'll convert with the defense recovering. That touch from JNaps was needed.
What a 50.
As AJ might have got there if not for him.
Yeah, I mean, the 50 from Nolly's perfect. JNaps with a good follow-up. It's just Nolly giving back from JNaps' one pass to him in game one. He returns the favor there. Excellent play transition from OG. When it comes down to really scoring on kind of quick reaction drives, OG's been there every single time. They really haven't failed in that aspect. And maybe have to be careful when they send too many people forward, because that's when they're weakest, and it seems like that's when OG's strongest on offense.
Oh, AJ. Bank was open and calm. Shut the door. Now Dorius. Dropped down maybe for Nas. No, he played it to the back wall. Now AJ again. Trying to get back into the play. That goes away from Calm. Nas can stay with it. It's Nolly to beat. Calm filing in behind him. And it's Jorius and Naps that fight to a stalemate. J-Naps able to stay with it, and he can get it downfield.
Control there for, oh, but AJ messed up. Poor recovery. Could have been a chance for him to control the ball. Now he's going to put that netward, and it will be cleared away from Jorius, but it's cleared straight to Calm. Big double. Calm! What? What the? He just picks this up and scores. Forces a double commit here out of M80. Both Nas and AJ go. No one just wants to wait for him to get the extra touch, and they pay the price.
Sometimes you throw the ball at the net and good things happen. Imagine that. The defense has not been either side's strong suit in this series. It has been a shootout through and through. Now J-Naps. Netward easily dealt with by Nas. Jorius is right there, but that will fall to J-Naps. He'll drop it off for Calm. Calm trying to get one more touch. He can't. J-Naps shot easily dealt with as that goes all the way across. Now Nolly just a soft bouncer that AJ will get the easiest save he's had of the series. And now we get into the final minute.
But things are going exactly, I don't mean to cut you off, but things are going exactly the way OG want them to go. You get the offensive pressure up front. You see M80, even though they're clearing the ball downfield, what are they doing afterwards? They have to play defense because they give the ball straight to OG. And OG, they've been effective moving the ball upfield, so they're going to continue to do that. This is how the rest of the game is going to be played. This is how it's been played for the first 30 minutes, or 30 seconds, I'm sorry, of the final minute, and it seems that's going to continue to be the case. Look, poor touch there from Jorius. Calm has a lane, forces that to Nolly because he knows Nolly's behind him. Everything is just killing the clock. OG have things locked down as we tick down and potentially go to a match point for them.
Certainly looking like match point now as J-Naps going to starve some more boost out of the M80 end. And the dam has broken here as OG get right back on the winning side. Ball touches down, OG 3, M80 1. Match point, and surely Nick and M80 will have to take a timeout here to figure out how they're going to get back into this series.
Yep, timeout definitely called there, and M80 now, chance to talk things over. But I mean, there was in this game particularly, sure, OG's effectiveness was there, speed was there, getting to the ball quickly. They had 16 shots that game and 5 saves. Offense was the name of the game, and it worked out big time. Everybody on that team is defensively sound, so you don't necessarily worry too much about what's going on in the back end when they're all playing good up front. Demo's pretty much the same. OG only won more this time, but the total number is a lot lower than it was previous game. I would say overall things looked a lot cleaner, but that being said, for M80, it slowed their offense down. They weren't able to get things going because they didn't have a lot of space. OG controlled that space, and M80 just was so tough for them to even get too many shot opportunities, let alone effective and quality ones. And then the defense, I mean, it's only a matter of time before things broke down here. So understandably, big timeout because lots of momentum going on for OG. It feels like they have M80 figured out.
And for M80 fans, they have to just be shaking their heads going, well, it's happening again. After a brilliant Swiss performance, after again just housing Gen G, they find themselves looking way up at their opponents in the quarterfinals. 2 weeks ago, it was Shopify Rebellion. Now it's OG, a team that people had written off after the first qualifier, and for good reason. They're back from the dead, led by a brilliant performance out of JNAP's hat trick in game 1. He's got 5 in the series, and now M80 has to find an answer for that. They have to find an answer for Calm, and all the while, they have to be able to score on their own as well.
You think about the individual players on M80, and they all shine in their own right. So someone has to kind of step up here. Once we see that level of impact that we know all of them can do, could be something that helps change the series. But of course, we play the games for a reason. Did the timeout work? Nick, what do you got for us? M80, what do you have for us? Backs against the wall here. Chance to go out top 8 again. And for OG, can they close it out? They're so close to a top 4.
We talk about the impact of coaches so much, and listen, all Nick has done with just about every team he's had is win. Maybe not for as long as he would like, but everywhere he's been a winner. JNAPS follows this play up. Calm chasing Nas deep into M80 territory, and Nolly can just circle around for a shot. Jory is the initial stop. Second touch to try and set up AJ downfield, and instead JNAPS intercepts. That comes cleanly out, and it's Nas downfield. Jory is thinking about coming on, and Nolly just there instead. It was kind of awkward there in front of the OG net, and that kicked out in a dangerous spot, but M80's dealt with it.
So probably M80 doing pretty solid. Kind of keeping things close here. First minute, OG looking for infield pass play. Look at Calm. Now JNAP's free ball, lots of time. Not the best first touch, has to catch up to it, but still ends up being out Joreous. Nas gets demoed by Calm, and AJ has to save out. JNAP sends it across. Nas there with the intercept. You see Calm having to rush back. JNAP can't get the touch, but AJ is not going to be able to follow and put a shot on because he was demoed in the back end from Nolly. M80 have the ball upfield, but you can see OG just able to really get in front of them. The first man going for the ball initially, anybody who's not in the play is going to demo the second guy up, because even if the pass or the 50 that the first guy on M80 is trying to do doesn't work, there's no follow-up, so it buys someone else time. So effective so far, and that's why we haven't seen something really from M80 at the start here, but they are trying to work. They have kept this ball in the blue half for at least the last few 30 seconds or so, and it gets back into their back wall.
Well, Nas, a little revenge demo on Calm, and then Nolly through traffic. Well defended. I've said that often about either side's defense, but it's worked out this time. Nas challenge ends up with a shot just high, and now Jory is going to work again. JNAP's out there to meet him. Simple stop. No real rebound opportunity. I think that's kind of been the key. That's one thing that OG has done well, as JNAP's dives in here and makes a save. There have not been many second or third chance opportunities. That one close from Nas. Joreous can't do anything with this central. Everybody kind of jammed up there for OG, but it works out as Nolly will break free. And Nas will barely catch up to this, and JNAP's giving a little token pressure, and it worked.
It does. Kind of forces them off a little bit. Even M80, who are trying to get more physical, they are just barely missing the mark, but Joreous doesn't miss on that shot. Defense gives him a ball for free, and he hits it home.
Yeah, Nolly's there, and JNAP starts to come up as well, and with Nolly there in position to make that challenge, I think JNAP's maybe read that the ball was somehow going to get past him and not almost a physics ball out to the back wall, and after that, he's completely out of position, and M80 takes advantage. That one just barely wide. See if OG can recover, or can M80 expand on this and drag themselves back into the series.
Here's Dorius. Up there's that demo in the back again. Khan trying to demo AJ. Noli brings this one high. Nas off the respawn, though, does get back in time. And even when it looks like M80 are trying to pressure OG on the net, they're just setting up to turn it right around on them. They can't get comfortable.
Got around one. He tried to dive in Jory's way, and AJ could not get the redirect. Oh, the net was wide open. He'd love to have it back, but there are no do-overs in the RLCS.
Oh, man, chance there to cement the game. Jorius, though, he's got a chance. Reads the 50 perfectly, puts the shot in. M80 up by 2.
Well, that worked out perfectly for AJ. Great challenge to bring that over. He knows Jorius is off to his right. Perfectly done. Joris, right place, right time. Minute 15 to go. M80 expands their lead. Opportunity, though, for OG off the ensuing kickoff. J-Naps for Calm, and it was deflected on the way.
50's on the back end. OG wanted to make something happen there, but nothing doing. A minute to go. And you see M80 just playing so much more spaced out, so much more confident on the ball. Any mistake OG makes, immediately punished. AJ picks up the 3rd goal from them, but it really comes off of the cut from Nas, catching the defense off guard. No one able to make contact, and it's a free net.
So once again, M80 off a timeout. They find a way. Surely have this one in the bag here in the final minute. Joris up to AJ. Net is open, but Noli just gets back in time. The Nick timeout buff pays off yet again. That shot, that's easily the best the OG has had. It's been cut out and swatted away by Nas as we just go through the motions now in the final 30 seconds. But what a turnaround out of M80. I mean, we've seen them outshot by 1,000,000.
Damn.
And they explode for 3. Calm will add one here. We'll get some style points out of it. But unless something catastrophic happens here in the last 18 seconds, it's too little too late.
Yeah, that's a big goal to bring it down to 2 with 18 seconds left. That's where we're at here. If the kickoff would have worked out, I think OG could have been in a much more favorable spot. They could make something work here. J-Naps, touch off the sidewall. And before that play even could start to breathe, it was cut away by M80. Time ticking down. M80 not done yet. They survive and force a game 6.
I had a feeling he was going to do this back and forth.
Champions Field sitting on the horizon here. And this is already better than they fared against Rebellion. Remember, that one was either a 4 or 5 gamer. That certainly did not go to 6. Nothing did in the quarterfinals last time around. So good to see M80 battle back. They give OG a dose of their own medicine where they faced 16 shots in the previous game. What is it? It's 14 coming out of M80 this time around. 11 combined between Jorias and AJ, and you see the results of that timeout. They just had OG on the back foot time and time again, taking advantage of lackluster defense.
Yeah, and I think you had made a point about demos as well, sending a player afield. I think M80 started to understand that, changed up their approach a bit. This was less demos than even in the previous game before. The numbers been going down, but the offense is going up. So you're starting to see them really take advantage and understanding, okay, wait, if they're going to send 2 players forward, this gives us a lot of space. Let's start to take that space and utilize it, and M80 are doing just that. When they are on the offense, still playing for each other, of course, still trying to make OG uncomfortable, but OG on the back end have not been as effective as they are normally when they are putting on a lot of offensive pressure. So here we go. M80 a chance to force a game 7. OG still have a couple of lives left, but it's starting to slip through their fingers. Can they lock it down?
Back to the Coliseum for game 6. Has J-Naps waiting very patiently underneath. And Naps can't do much with that ball thanks to the defense out of M80. Here goes AJ. Jory is starting to creep up as well. Nas has to retreat, and J-Naps completely whiffs. Brought it back down in front, and AJ's got to boom it away. Calm being very conservative there, not diving in, and a good thing. Now he will jump into the play. J-Naps up high off the backboard. Nobody else could follow that up, so it looked good in theory, but there was nobody in position. Now J-Naps in position for a shot. Nas has the save. Calm has that pinball around off him and Nas, and AJ will finally clear the zone.
Nice free ball midfield. Air dribble. Got the flip reset. Used bump, but J-Naps back, more control. Nolly gonna try to chase this down. Forces AJ to kind of throw it away. He dives though, not to give Calm too much control. J-Naps not able to get that one free either, without someone from M80 cutting off the space. Big read there from AJ straight to Jorius. You see him trying to pass in transition. Looking very solid in that aspect, but not enough. Both teams, rotation-wise, have really tried to deny the other. Maybe a chance here. No, AJ can't catch up to it, so it'll go right over the empty net.
In an alternate universe, AJ's got about 10 goals in this series, but here in reality, just the 3. He's been so close so many times. That kicks right out to J-Naps. He'll bring it to the back wall. Try to kick it out in front for Noli, but Nas is in the way. And AJ sweeps that off to the side. Calm has the read, though. He's going head hunting, but Nas goes above him. J-Naps again from the ceiling. Double tap, no.
Tried to get the flip. Oh, no, Noli and Calm both went. Calm did get bumped backwards, though, so a chance here. Yeah, he can still be more involved in the play. You see J-Naps there in that back-end rotation, but M80, they all have the ball. Demo to set up a lane. Nas is going to score it open.
Yes, sir.
Back couldn't even get to the play. M80
They're trying to read their calm. I mean, their plays.
And
They're adjusting nicely. Let's go. They might come back from this.
inside 3. 1-0. M80 giving OG, giving Calm a dose of his own medicine. There is Calm.
They get it back.
That's open
Yep.
for J-Naps,
Oh,
and he
that
converts.
Did I say
Damn
did
it.
we say 1-2-2 to Lucas? My goodness, it happens again. This time, Calm picks up 1. J-Naps puts the shot on. There's the toodle. You hear it in the background. You couldn't even see it. Wow. Back to back, Calm literally hitting them with a taste of their own medicine. They said, we can do that too.
Just 6 seconds
nope.
later, revenge served cold. Wide
Down.
open. Noli set up by Calm.
You look away and you miss it. Noli plays that one quickly off the kickoff. Beautiful touch from Calm. Gets it off the defense to force it down, and it's an open look. Back-to-back goals here for OG. This is bad for M80. They have to start shutting this down. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Dude, the timing. That timing was horrible.
It's perfectly placed. Which way did he turn?
Oh,
2 there off the
Turn
kickoff.
upfield.
Oh, no.
damn.
Not in a
This is
match
Rocket
point
League.
situation.
It happens all the time.
This is
I'm sure it
disaster.
will turn into an EUNA debate in some way or another. Even though it
Hopefully
happened
not.
all weekend in EU. Anyways, J-Naps out of the side with a 2-goal lead now. OG have completely turned this game on its head. Calm with the flick. Easily stopped by Jorius.
J-Naps now just trying to play this one close here. This one gets sent across, and you see Jorius trying to pinch that one. This one goes straight down. He was looking for a ground pinch. Still able to maintain control of the ball. Playing very close here. AJ, good beat here as well. I think Jorius took the corner boost. So look, he tries to turn on it, but he got bumped actually. Nas still on the play. Has AJ and Jorius upfield. Jorius trying to set up AJ waiting on the right wing, but not able to get a chance to shoot there. Instead tries to try to cut the play off. Nas though, good rotation back, able to keep this one involved, and Jorius, who's upfield, can turn on it. Still so much good field possession, but they just let it go. Now OG with a chance. Double from J-Naps, and you cannot give him that for free. Snipe him, Naps.
Father time 0.
Saw
J-Naps.
that. Oh, nice.
My gosh, he just keeps filling up the net. And that almost certainly the dagger, unless M80 has a brilliant flourish left in them. Jorius wins that 50, but he can't get around calm. AJ and Nas forced back. AJ, a little delayed taking charge there as Nas retreated to the net.
Woohoo! They returned it. They returned.
18 to go.
This is not
Like we could do it too.
Look at this from Nas. Sees Joris on the wing. Catches him too far forward again. We've seen OG get scored on time and time again like this. They've got to lock it down. M80 have fight left in them. A minute 18 to go is enough time for them. They tried something off the kickoff. It was a little close there. Nas was the one who made contact with the ball, but you see Noli, good control to bring it into midfield. No one able to follow it up. M80 has to take advantage of this field positioning. Instead, they let it go. It's rolling slowly into net, and no one's home. It'll be another for JNaps.
I was about to say no lead is safe in North America. Not even this one is. There's still over a minute. I'm a believer that M80 could pull this off. We've seen stranger things.
I'm not.
What in the world?
They both thought of the same thing. It's crazy.
Okay, well, that kickoff didn't result in a goal. Anyways, AJ right at Nolly, and that's possession for OG. And the longer they possess this ball, the longer they kind of surge into M80 territory, the more unlikely a comeback becomes. They're trying to get creative now.
Should try to bump
digging
on demo
deep into the bag
after
of
that.
tricks. It
The
is
head
not
of it.
working. And now OG fans can start to breathe just a little bit easier.
Light touch here. Yeah, this one, I mean, you have a lead as big as this with the time allotted. It's most likely going to be locked down. And you see that from OG. As they are picking up a fourth, that's got to cement it. 6-0. Out of 6 of those goals, JNaps has 5, shooting 5 for 7. His impact cannot be understated. He's almost about to drop a 1,000
GG's, man.
The way he's at 921 right now. Well done, JNaps. Well done, OG. They actually faked the kickoff to give him some more points. He had a free save that put him at 973. But time will tick down. And OG, talk about a bounce back. Welcome to the top 4, gentlemen. You guys definitely deserve it.
Wow. How about 10 goals out of JNaps? Yeah, he should retire, right? Give me a break. Old man still got it. As he drops 5 in the final game from 7 shots, part of an 11-shot barrage in the clincher in Game 6. And OG keeps their major dreams alive, for that matter. Think about a possible 16-point weekend for the squad, perhaps, in this half of the bracket. They'll have Luminosity tomorrow in the semifinals. And for now, they can all just sit back and relax and watch Murderers Row, half of the bracket, take over. What a performance out of JNaps. What a performance out of OG Esports as they bounce back in the biggest way possible. Top 4 bound. We've got 2 more quarterfinals coming your way right after this.
Ooh, let's go Jinji versus Space Station. That's what I want to see too. And I want to see G2 and Pirate. Can't wait for them. The games. Or mini games. Yo, I'll be right back, guys.
OG Esports bounces back in a big, big way. They took 2 shots at closing out M80, and now I'm joined by Calm, the enforcer of OG. Calm, hey, the last time we talked in this kind of setting, you had 2 very different teammates. So first of all, talk to me about JNAPS and Nolly. How great is it having them working alongside you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure getting to play with these guys. For once, I'm the youngest on the team again. First time since I joined with Gimmick and Tor. It's great being able to play with 2 mature guys that know how to win, know how to lose, know how to play as a team. I feel really confident, like, in our ability to bounce back after a bad performance the first regional, after a rough start to this one. I have a lot of trust in those guys, and it's been an absolute blast playing alongside them.
And a lot of that plays into how you guys have bounced back, right? I mean, you guys kind of manage your expectations well as a more mature bunch. I mean, everybody in the region expects you guys to be in that top 4, maybe even top 3. You didn't live up to that the first time around. So what has these last couple of weeks been like as you guys have bounced back?
Yeah, so we noticed it can be pretty easy to get roped into overthinking and trying to play a certain way and put yourself in a box, when we realized, like, that's not who we are as players. All 3 of us are really good at doing a lot of different things. We just need to go out there, trust our first instincts, and play. We kind of overthought a lot in the first regional and in the start of this one. And we were hesitating. We were getting beat to balls we shouldn't be. Whereas we go out there and we just play like it's scrims. We play like it was an off-season tourney. We play just a style we're comfortable with. We know that we are just better than a lot of other teams.
You know who was better than everybody else on the field today was JNAPS. He drops down 10 goals in that series. I know you guys were probably trying to get him to 1,000 in that last game. How about his resurgence from the first event to this one?
I mean, he's one of the fastest players I've ever played with. I played alongside Beast Mode, who for the longest time, said was the fastest player in the world, but also playing against JNAPS for however many years, I've never been beat to the ball more by someone. He just gets up. And I think when we kind of took him off the leash, we just said, all right, we're going to go out there, we're going to play how we're comfortable. He's so fast to following my touches, so fast to, like, challenging the other team. He's just an incredible player. He's very annoying to play against. I've been on the receiving end of a loss from G2 back in the day so many times. But, I mean, yeah, credit to him. A lot of credit to Nolly, too, as well. Nolly's one of the smartest players I think I've ever played with, and he plays a manner that I would never play, but he makes it work, and he does a lot of things that I would never even consider, and they work way better than I could ever imagine.
Well, coming up now, tomorrow, you've got Luminosity. I mean, if you believe the rumors from a year ago, you were almost kind of in with that group. So what are you looking forward to most, taking on Rlcs and Magic Bear and Cheese?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to going out there. I know they're a fun team to play against because I know how much effort they put into it. I know they're probably already in their Discord server right now going over our games. They're probably watching that series. They're crafting something up for us. I'm looking forward to that. I actually went and got coffee this morning with Rlcs, so we were talking about our matches coming up. So, hope we'll be playing each other tomorrow. Wish each other good luck, and I'm looking forward to that matchup for sure.
All right, Calm, thanks for joining me. Congrats on the win, and best of luck tomorrow in the semis against LG.
Thank you.
The roller coaster continues to rise. OG silence the doubters, and they earn a shot at the grand finals against Luminosity tomorrow. How about it, folks? Every one of us predicted that M80 would take this one down, including you, Chad. You all thought that M80 was taking this one.
That's
no,
true.
OG show up in style.
We got a rope chat at this, but I just want to apologize to OG. Didn't respect the game. I was like, we haven't seen it, It's 3 talented players, but they don't have any quality wins yet, because that Dignitas series was also a little bit, kind of rough by both teams. But they come out here, and they just put the pedal to the metal. I loved the demo game, as always, that we will see, but that was involved with 2 players on OG. But M80, you're a 1v1 team. You got 1v1 players. The amount of boom ball that they were playing, I just don't like it. It's like you're 1v1ers. Go up in the air with the ball. Did we watch Herb last week? Top 4, they go up with the ball, and they're just booming it downfield, and then comes like, I'll just get a free double tap off the ceiling. That's fine, So M80's got to figure it out. They're still in a great spot. I know everyone's going to count them out because they've had 2 3-0 in Swisses, 2 quarterfinal losses, but they're in a great spot to make the major. They just got to get over that hump on the weekend.
We got to move on quickly here, but I mean, Daz, did this match give you more exclamation points for OG or more question marks for M80?
More exclamation points for OG. I think everyone on First Touch believed in the OG bounce back. Even yesterday, Bates actually predicted this down to the score line. He was on my shoot.
Wow.
So I think a lot of us in OG expected OG to have that strong bounce back. No disrespect to M80, but it's M80. They have to prove that they are not Swiss merchants. Like that's their biggest thing right now. So it's just that conversation is going to kind of continue until they get into that top 4 spot. Whereas OG, a lot of people knew the type of players that were there, what they could do. I understand going with M80 though, because M80 actually that was their second top 8. It makes sense. But yeah, no, you gotta keep eyes on that OG squad, especially Naps. Naps was I loved watching him. It was beautiful.
That was incredible stuff there. All right, so the bottom half of the bracket is now complete. We have 2 more matches on the day before we have our top 4 set for Championship Sunday here. The next one here, a special one. Gibbs' highlighted match of the day. Space Station taking on Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. A battle of the golden teams here. Who's going to take home the top 4 spot? It can only be one, Gibbs.
Oh, I love these 2-card decals. Oh, beautiful. But it's a proven match again. Like OG and M80, that was a proven match. OG finally shows it. I need to see that at a Space Station now. I think many people had them power ranked number 3. The pros had them power ranked number 3. But they keep falling to the top 2 in G2 and Gen G. Gen G is a little bit vulnerable right now. Sure, their offense is amazing when it's on, but we've seen it before. Twice against M80, once against G2. That when it's not clicking, everything is falling apart on that squad. Space Station has to be aggressive, has to get that challenge game down, put pressure on Gen G, because once there's pressure on them, their offense goes from like 4 goals a game to like 1 goal a game. So that's what they got to do. They got to prove that they're a top team in North America. Do it here, do it now. Don't blame the format, don't blame the brackets, just get the W.
Fair assessment. I agree with what you were saying kind of about like Gen G. When they do look off, it looks really rough. I'll say the same thing though about Space Station Gaming. You look back into yesterday, even with the Luminosity, them getting the win in that 5-game series, when they looked off, it was very obvious and let games run away from them. They have to come out and be very clean. I think if Chicago, as he played later on in the series, he really started to come to life, and it was kind of like a Chicago LJ back-to-back duo. If they get that off of, oh my God, he called Kep a fraud. Kep, if you're watching, exclamation point, help, fight back, please.
Players hold up signs now.
Yeah.
But that being said, Space Station Gaming, they've got to lock it in here.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming, they're on fraud watch as well. Sure, they went 3-1 through Swiss, but 3-2 versus Akron and 3-2 versus Luminosity. Okay, that's quality. 3-2 versus Pirates on a boat. All right, like Chiefs is the GOAT. I get it a bit, but you need to start winning these series more convincingly, because you lose 3-1 to G2, you get the 5 seed, and that's why you're here right now playing Gen G. All right, you need to beat the teams below you more confidently, but now coming into this, again, yes, it's a tough bracket for them. We'll see what we see out of Gen G. They are weekend warriors, so you expect the very best out of them, but I just need to see some life out of Space Station.
I will say, Space Station does have more to prove, to your point, Gibbs, more to prove in this matchup than Gen G does. In my mind, Gen G's goal is just to make it back to the grand finals and take that number 1 spot back from G2. They're clearly the number 2 team in the region, and that kind of is a trap for this match. There isn't much for them to win in this match. If they beat Space Station, everyone goes, yeah, sure, you were supposed to beat Space Station here. They've got to keep their feet grounded. They've got to realize that these steps are just as important as the last steps if they're going to want to get the win here. So we'll see. Can SSG use that fuel they got for this match? We'll find out. Do you think they're going to? Let us know. Hashtag SSG for supporting Space Station. Hashtag GGM1 there, folks. And let us know who you think is going to take it. Daz, is there any chance?
GG Mobile 1 Racing, put it up for me. Oh my gosh, it's the easiest thing ever possible. My bad. I didn't mean to peek the mic. I'll turn it down. But what I will say is, bias aside, I feel like the way Gen G's looked has been shaky. Yes, the M80 loss was really tough for them to deal with, so to speak. They didn't look good that series, but they have the record against SSG. I don't see any reason, unless we see something uncharacteristic that from SSG, that Gen G loses.
Okay, well, I do think Gen G are clearly the favorites here. I'm smelling some upsets. I'm going to go with Space Station on this one, but we'll see what happens. How's chat feeling about it? It's a pretty split down the middle, but no, there's much more in Gen G's favor here on this one, 59%. Gen G, clearly the favorites in this match. Can they get themselves a chance to play in the grand finals tomorrow? They got to win this one first to get there. Gen G, Mobile One Racing versus Space Station Gaming.
It's deja vu. Gen G and Space Station meet again in a playoff quarterfinal, but Gen G had the last laugh last time, the last qualifier, and the past could repeat itself if Space Station don't step it up from what we've seen so far.
Yes, seriously, pitch me. Is this for real? Are we seeing this exact same storyline play out? Space Station and Gen G matching up first round in the playoffs. Also, Space Station only losing to G2 in the Swiss stage as well, so we'll see if the story's different this time around, but Space Station, I think, is going to have their hands full with this Gen G squad.
Really excited to see that. Space Station, at least you can call them resilient after how many Game 5s they went through in the Swiss, coming out with dubs, but if they want to be at the top, they got to win cleaner, and that's a close call by SSG, but this counterattack's coming in quick out of Gen G, and with Jack missing, it's got slowed down a lot.
And I think a lot of people are wondering how Gen G will respond as well. Obviously going into today and this last weekend, everyone's saying, oh, NA is at least a two-team region. We've got Gen G and we've got G2, but Gen G was beaten so badly by G2 in the finals that it has some people wondering.
And I think you're ready to settle the doubts, the worries, right in this match. And I think whatever happens here, we're going to have a loud first touch episode. I think that's like the funniest thing is Daz and Roldiz going back and forth about G2 and Gen G. So Gen G have a lot, I think have a lot to prove when it comes to the podcasters. But for now, Jack has the demo and SSG are going to back away. Here comes Chronic to that back wall. Chicago's there in time and Gen G wait for their chance.
Chicago trying to get that 50. That was a really nice play there from apparently Jack. Chronic will have an opportunity here if he can read the bounce. That double tap is out of this world from Chronic.
LJ, you thought you were safe, but a heavy touch and an unfortunate clear right to Chronic, who slams it home. And you are just not safe around Gen G, who have been consistent. Will they be destined to go to the final? Well, if Gen G even get through this match, they may have to worry about G2 earlier than they thought. But for now, the boss, the gatekeepers are SSG. Can they top a North American giant in Gen G? SSG already missing, but first killer couldn't get the ball rolling because Chicago's coming in. It's a
What
a save by Jack!
Oh, Jack coming out of the net, finding that save from the perspective of, oh, that's just going to go in. Apparently, Jack's defensive stand leads to this counterattack. First killer flipping into that ball. That last little touch throwing Chicago off ends up going barred down and in. Great start for Gen G, and that is painful for Space Station. Chicago thinking surely Hoxer's going to finish that ball, but wow, how the tables have turned.
And both goals from Gen G come from an up-high shot, and SSG not really wanting to contest that until it's too late. And you see that LJ's trying to fix that. Knows Jack's going up the wall. Chronic helps the push go forward to that orange half. And Chicago's getting tossed up in the midfield, recruiting now the assistance of Hoxer to get some possession going for SSG. We've recorded 5 shots versus the 7 of Gen G. Chicago already getting bumped off the play. LJ's ready on the right, but Jack's there first. And he's already beating some players in the midfield. You gotta slow down Gen G.
You gotta watch out for Jack in those situations. He is a veteran in those isolation moments. He'll be able to do whatever it takes, and especially those air dribble bumps you gotta watch out for. So difficult to stop, especially if your opponent has quite a few repetitions in practice in that situation as well.
Genji really going for it. Even LJ is trying to guide this out. Jack is harassing them, but a little breakaway there. As Genji seem to have stabilized, gotten the ball away from SSG. 2-0 now with less than 2 minutes left. It's Chronic with the setup right into the box, but no one from Genji wanting to push up, needing to fall back.
That's it.
Two players are dangerously low, and First Killer gets it done regardless.
You cannot lose a challenge in the corner. You just can't.
All right, I'm back.
It's signing a death warrant.
Genji, kind of figured Genji would be winning.
Chicago had to keep that ball at least killed in the corner, and it was a routine, easy goal there for Genji. And this game has looked pretty routine for Genji overall.
So far, so good for Genji. Chronic climbing up high. Chicago on the backboard, comes down to the crossbar. Good save. Jack has the ball again.
Oh, shit,
Boxer's 50 though, clears it all the way down as SSG surge to make the most out of this opportunity. LJ going up higher, really contesting Genji's possession.
Oh, that.
Mixed up with that defense, and Genji is looking for more. 3-0 with just a whimper coming out of SSG until that demo happens, and Chicago gets his team on the board.
And you can see Jack actually misreads the ball right there. Could have shut down that play had he gotten a piece of that ball, left his teammate in a 2v1 situation, and of course, the demo. What else would you do when you have that 2-on-1 situation? The demo is surely the best way to cash in that goal.
Just the red carpet is put down. Winnable for SSG and the tieable. What a save from Chronic. Boxer wanting to keep that going, but that's an important win out of Chronic. First Killer to his left. Chicago intercepts right in the middle of the paint sandwich. Goes up high to get rid of this ball out of the orange hat, but a good contest from Jack here in the midfield as Chronic starts the train, but it is a high touch and not the one he wants. LJ wants to slam this home. Now
did you see
so
that?
Close.
Oh my goodness, he actually landed the bump, and it's
Let's
going to be a goal
go.
for apparently Jack, but Hoxer landed the bump, but accidentally hit the ball. That if you feel for Space Station, they had so many good looks in this final moment that they just could not put away. You saw the shot that was blocked, and even apparently Jack in this game as well, saving that shot off the goal line. Space Station having a lot of chances that they very easily could have scored that got away from them. But Genji, on the other hand, you know, even with a couple defensive mistakes, they still look good. I think one thing that many Genji fans will be happy with was that solo play from Chronic to start things out. That incredible double tap from a very difficult angle. That was some of the criticisms that I saw that people had from Genji. Sometimes they just have nobody stepping up, making those
let's go, Genji.
plays, and we saw that from Chronic in game one.
He just took off.
Some good shots. I was gonna say, nice socks there too. Look like you had the socks over the sweatpants. That's a high-level gameplay there.
Put them dogs away, all right?
Oh man.
They're different in Britain, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge game just went in the way of Genji, but hey, there's one thing.
Damn.
SSG like to go the distance. They went to Game 5 against Akron, Luminosity, Pirates on a boat. And these are teams, yes, they should be winning against. I think the Luminosity win was a big statement for SSG. They're probably going back and forth in terms of the rankings, but winning cleaner is what we need to see out of Space Station. I don't expect them to get swept here, but how do you turn around from here?
Well, number one on my clipboard right now is shot placement. We saw multiple opportunities from Space Station where they did all the hard work of making that opportunity, generating the scoring chance to be able to put one away against Genji, and they just did not place the shot well enough. They didn't have the pace, they didn't have the placement. So had some of those shots gone their way, I think we very easily could have seen Space Station at least force overtime in that game. So for Space Station, it's just about cleaning up that final moment in the play because they had looks. I think the most difficult thing in a series is when you don't have the looks to work with at all, but Space Station certainly had the looks in that game.
Yeah, getting to 12 shots there for Genji. Offensive powerhouse for sure. Finding their groove already in game one with a 4-1 statement. Genji will kick off our series in the best of ways. I think SSG on these clears, I can tell they're trying to play the ball close, and a soft shot that's easy to save there by First Killer. SSG, the possession game is the name of the game for this game too, and the defense holds strong as LJ soars past Chronic and wanted to connect with Hoxer. Jack gets in the way.
Woo!
LJ with the shot too. Double commit the save. Chicago goes
Chill,
for
you
more.
need to chill.
LJ recovers this, trying to go higher than first killer. Good contest off the ceiling as Hoxer, that second man up. Love to see it, and it comes out right in the middle of the net. No one to follow up. Chicago coming through the midfield just to slow down the play as SSG get ready for their defense, and Chicago wants a better touch, and Hoxer assists to get them through that midfield.
Oh, and that is a good beat, but first killer with a great read off the backboard, making sure that no opportunity comes of it. We're seeing Space Station forced quite far back. We saw even the back pass a little bit earlier where nobody was even close to that for Space Station. It's clear that they're feeling that pressure and they're giving a lot of ground to Gen G.
Ooh, I like the attempt of a pass to Hoxer, just didn't know what to do with it. Tough situation to be in. Chicago with the setup to Hoxer, but a good tip by Jack. Sends it higher than he would have wanted. Hoxer missing, LJ up high, Chronic not there, to Chicago, to the back of the net.
It was like Zen mode engaged. LJ getting up there, doesn't pinch it though, instead immediately goes for the pass down to Chicago. That is vision from LJ, and that first touch setting up the whole play, you could tell that he had his opponents out in no man's land there and made the best play possible. Great vision from LJ and even better execution.
And the juke on the reset too. Ooh. LJ is him. One goal though. LJ has the ball again, and Jack just came in swinging with a lot of speed, but Hoxer's got his back, and you love that SSG. You're trying to play close to each other. Now a long pass though to Hoxer, but off the back wall, the Chronic won't let that happen. SSG gotta get creative and really push Gen G against the wall. Couple touches there from LJ, and this still can't get to Hoxer. Gen G are so good at disrupting these passes. The back wall wasn't protected. Chronic off the cross. And no second chance.
He's starting to sound like an old man.
First killer kind of surprises everyone, but yeah, Gen G fall back.
You see a little bit of a panic clear there. Chicago trying to recover, but there's a demo. This one going to go off the backboard, and the rebound's cleaned up. But you saw Chicago missing that backboard ball, and all of Space Station shocked for a moment, but they've been able to bring things back. Well, we're seeing this Gen G offense kind of disappear. Haven't really seen many opportunities at all.
It's tough. Only a 1-0 game though, so it's as close as it gets. Hoxer can't win his challenges and can't get the passes to really make SSG shine. Now Gen G slowed down that midfield. Chronic before Hoxer. Back wall left untouched. His first killer still trying to generate power, and with that demo, this is where SSG are in trouble. And LJ is trying to protect that left side. And first killer carving through. Jack stealing the corner boost. They want to keep SSG locked in this half. Chicago to Hoxer. They break out regardless.
And even on that last play, Hoxer's so clutch, being able to recognize his teammates demoed and by the time able to shut that play down. And we're seeing Space Station try to hold on for dear life, but now it's a 2v2 situation. Pinch comes back down, the fake from Jack, and it'll pop up for first killer.
You know Gen G can be deadly on these passes, and SSG are doing a better job of reading those, like that interception from Hoxer. But clears, they want to stay close, they want to try and generate a counterattack, but Gen G just won't let them. But a lead is in favor of SSG, so if anything, it's Gen G that just got to turn on the light bulbs. Now Chronic up high. It's the surge out of Gen G. 45 seconds left, and LJ and Hoxer just rob him. It's first killer that has the backflip, but LJ puts it home.
You should score in this situation. Look at how much runway Hoxer has. Was trying to go, or well, he actually fakes that he's going for the air dribble bump and instead just takes the 50. And it ends up working out perfectly. Maybe Hoxer not as confident on those air dribble bump plays, but that was a very smart adjustment from Hoxer to kill that ball perfectly.
SSG have put up so many saves to shut out Gen G in this game too. 25 seconds. It's not impossible for Gen G, but they gotta build up the momentum. And that strong clear gives up possession right to SSG, and Gen G just can't afford that. Now Chicago's in the air first, already forcing Chronic to make a save. First killer against Hawkster in the corner, and all of Gen G are just chasing the ball and weren't able to get to that orange half with the 30 seconds they had to really get the ball rolling. So the ball will land on the ground, and SSG are about to tie the series 1-1.
And this was one of those games, Space Station, they were holding on, but even in this game, you saw him giving Gen G a lot of space, and Gen G not really able to do much with it. The team play kind of evaporated, and we didn't see any of the individual effort plays that like we saw from Chronic in game 1. Space Station just slowing things down, looking comfortable, and also this time making the most out of those opportunities. I thought Hawkster, even though he didn't score this game, played very well. Particularly the play where his teammate was demoed, he needed to hit the shot. Oh, and also first we got to just talk about that pass. That pass from LJ was so brilliant.
Gen G got better at trying to break those up, but Space Station have these flashes of brilliance, and that's why they go the distance against teams they should be, against teams that they shouldn't be losing to. It's Space Station. I could see them forcing a game 7 at this rate. It was a great defense that kept Gen G at 0. We'll see what a game 3 looks like. You see that Gen G don't look too bothered. They look locked in.
You know, they do. You saw a little bit of a face there from apparently Jack. Also, we got the view of the socks as well. Interesting shot there. But Gen G, like I had mentioned before, there was a lot of criticism about sometimes their offense looks anemic. Like, where is it? Who's making the plays? Who's trying to break things up? That was an example right there, where sometimes Gen G just doesn't seem to. They'll play a whole game, and it doesn't seem like they have anyone who's willing to step up and lead the charge, be that first man, break things up, go for those plays. And even for Space Station, we saw, oh my goodness, Hawkster! Hawkster was great on defense last game, but look at this redirect.
LJ downfield right to Hawkster, and Jack probably just an inch off, but these passes from SSG, we highlighted it in game 2. And Gen G, so close to breaking it up that time. SSG have a lead with a demo-heavy kickoff previously. And SSG already putting on the pressure. Hawkster bumping around. Chronic just trying to backflip and do his best. Chronic almost flicking it above Chicago. But he gets it down to the ground where first killer could have found the rebound, but has to fall back. And this goes to Chicago or LJ. Chronic gets the save.
Oh, and that was, and it still ends up going in. You could see all of Gen G, they're struggling here. Apparently Jack has no boost. First killer's too far out of the play. You see Chronic thinking Jack's gonna have it, but it's unfortunate for Gen G really that the player in the position to make the play was out of boost. Space Station, another hot start. And that is devastating for apparently Jack and also for Gen G as a whole.
Okay, Chronic is trying to crash into Chicago. First killer up high, forcing Chicago to follow. Hawkster gets a piece of it off the back wall. And Chicago's just trying to tip it away from his end. Chronic to Jack with first killer getting into position. Chicago with the early challenge. Gets still first killer chance. Triple commit from SSG. But at least LJ gets a touch. It still goes to Chronic. Jack wants to connect on the pass. A save forced by Hawkster. And it's not a transition that SSG can work with. Well, the demo's cute.
Oh, damn.
We asked for individual brilliance. Well, we just got it. A ceiling pinch from first killer.
Fucking shit.
It's already done. First killer from across the field. That was remarkable.
If that's what it's gonna take to score from Gen G,
they give one up.
No one's home from Gen G after that. We're all still hyped about the first killer goal.
You don't even have a moment to relish that shot from first killer. Immediately, Space Station scores off kickoff, dousing whatever fire first killer had cooking.
Now this is some Rocket League that we're watching. First, the pinch from across the field by First Killer. A beautiful pass to response by SSG. With 3.5 minutes, it's 3-1 for SSG. Oh, Hoxer with the challenge, maybe able to get this to LJ or Chicago. And Gen G are not going to make
She's never saying the right player.
Chronic at least backing up Jack. They
Well,
know
she says
SSG's
both of them.
challenge game is
Don't
stronger
look
than
dumb.
midfield. Hoxer buys some time, watches as Jack approaches. It's been tough for
Oh!
SSG to carve
No
their
way.
A little bit of
Oh,
redirect.
shit.
The cross there by the defense. That was dangerous.
You could see how awkward it was for First Killer to deal with. Hoxer, you gotta watch out for him. He's ready for those redirects. He's already scored one, and that time almost forced the rebound for Space Station to score another one. And we're approaching that halfway point. This has been all Space Station. Aside from that one clip that First Killer hit, Space Station has been setting the tempo. They have been dominating so far.
Double demo. Chronic against LJ. Hoxer respawning. Good slowdown by SSG, but First Killer, decent setup, but I think Chronic was trying to steal the corner, so LJ, another one, but not having a second man up. And it's a 2-goal lead for SSG. Now on the defense, don't seem too threatened. Chronic misses that. Yeah, LJ breaks ankles, and Jack with an important win there. Chronic and First Killer. Hoxer's just big like that.
I guess so.
Powerhouse.
There were 2 cars trying to 50 Hoxer, and Hoxer still won. You're starting to see the confidence from Space Station, and now a dangerous 50 in front of net. Hoxer isn't able to get that challenge, and now First Killer was trying to dribble that down as quick as he could, but couldn't do it. But you're seeing Lemon, the confidence. LJ going for the hesitations, now the hard shot. You saw Hoxer be able to take on both cars in a 50-50. Space Station are
Let's
feeling
go.
good, but it doesn't matter, as on the counterattack, Gen G have been able to bring their scoreline back to at least within 1. Great flip reset pass as well.
You have to play so fast. Your boost management has to be perfect from crossing one side of the field to the other. And Gen G, it is possible. 90 seconds left. SSG up by 1. LJ to the back.
Oh, First Killer, man. His reads are so nice.
LJ falls back, and Jack, looking for the equalizer, gets them set up in that orange half.
Oh,
And
shit.
LJ
That's
wins
it.
that goes towards the net. That's in.
Oh, I was just gonna compliment First Killer willing his team to victory, and then that little touch catches everybody by surprise. Chicago, how do you set it up so brilliantly for your teammate? That touch was perfect. Passed it right in between Chronic and First Killer, right
Damn,
to
funny.
LJ. That pass was unreal from Chicago.
Oh,
The double commit from SSG saves it. As Hoxer missed the touch to clear, Jack has a chance. Double tap on LJ. Denies the second touch. First Killer ready to the sidewall. Chronic at least touches it to the corner. But with all 3 members, the coverage is in
like
from
his car.
SSG to get this out of their half. 2-goal lead for SSG with 40 seconds left. Gen G have been in the shadow.
oh, I tried big them.
Now they're knocking on the door. Let's try and make this comeback here in game 3 to Jack the demo.
Yeah.
Impossible.
And this play all starts out with Jack making that play on 0 boost. Goes all the way to the corner. The demo from Chronic. That was determination.
Close game, real
from
close
Gen
game.
G. They did not give up, and they are still very much in this game.
Yep, yep.
31 seconds left. The lead
Back up, back up.
hasn't escaped too. First Killer up first.
First
before
Killer,
LJ.
man. God damn, his
LJ
reads
center
is
it out.
freaking
Good
crazy.
effort. Chronic already up high. Fakes the second touch. First Killer with the shot.
He saw that shit.
Doesn't get it. And we're tied.
And that was brilliant from First Killer to get that touch out. Chronic also stays in the play and bodies the goalie and makes sure that his teammate is going to have a look on net. That was a good play again from Gen G. First Killer truly is willing Gen G to a victory if he can, have his way with this game.
When Hoxer, Chicago, calling off the pass, getting it to the corner. Now with LJ missing, this may just go to overtime. Especially with First Killer getting the ball
I don't know.
hit away from him. LJ forcing the save out of Chronic. Surely we go into overtime. No, Jack keeps it alive.
Oh,
but doesn't make the goal line. Overtime for game 3.
This has felt like a game of First Killer versus LJ. Well, either way,
Basically.
we see someone else. You see LJ already.
Watch Chicago. Watch them.
Oh, Chicago.
There it is.
To LJ! And Chronic
Oh!
is to save it. How did that not go in? SSG almost ended this in quick fashion. Now Gen G hope to race back for the counterattack. First Killer wins the challenge. Summons Chronic's attention. Waits.
Oh, come on, Chronic.
slowly
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Jack up the side wall, an important challenge for Hoxer to get this away. First Killer climbs up with the second touch. Jack is falling back. Gen G need to buy time. But SSG don't look too comfortable either with all these demos going on. It's Chronic that steps up with full boost up against LJ and the 50 down low.
You see how quickly LJ jumped, almost disrespectful to Chronic, who was thinking he might have a solo play opportunity.
Ooh, SSG are just barely getting this out of their own net. They haven't had a strong clear. They're trying to go for demos. They're trying to get Gen G off their turf. This First Killer wanted the dunk. Jack with the soft tip. As Hoxer
Soft tip.
get it out, and again the midfield commander.
Oh, no, no, no.
Gen G
Come on,
now
Chronic.
SSG breaking through with almost winning overtime in the first 20 seconds. SSG
Burn
knows
Jack,
how to
come on.
win these games. Jack with the shot
Where's First
right to
Killer at?
LJ.
Come on.
As SSG's defense holds on.
Here you go. Here you go.
Nice challenge from Chronic to break up the play. Jack only had enough boost to get to that shot. Didn't get to do as much with it as he probably wanted. And now this is an awkward
First
ball.
Killer.
Who's going for it for Space Station? It was floating for so long. Now Chicago's going to move in to take his chance.
Chicago to LJ. Chronic ready on the back wall. Hoxer to the left. Chicago steps up.
Oh!
LJ wants the bump. Chronic still makes the save.
Oh, come on.
Is on for SSG.
These shots
They
are
got the
crazy.
demo. It's a man advantage for this offense. But a strong clear favors Gen G. Getting out First Killer handles this. LJ has to take it up to the ceiling. One member missing from either team. Trying to disrupt the structure as Chronic wanted a stronger bounce to Jack. Who's still trying to salvage this opportunity there. Hoxer with the 50 that didn't favor his team there, but First Killer from the ceiling wanted to get this to Chronic to center this out, and Gen G are just all over them. It just feels like a matter of time before Gen G win this overtime.
And they have been boost starving Space Station. Space Station is trying to get something in the tank. But First Killer is going to have a look. Going for a ceiling double. Flip reset shut down nicely by Space Station.
Wow, Hoxer's 50s defensively have saved SSG. He's been that pillar. Now this ball is left unattended. SSG can breathe. Hoxer flicks it above one. Jack to the corner against Hoxer. LJ turns around. This almost centers in front of the Gen G net. Too many cooks in that kitchen. With the shot, SSG
Let's go.
Gen G that take overtime.
And in this overtime, Chronic was a challenge win.
Damn, boy. Oh, what happened? Come on. Come on.
Winning machine. That last challenge setting up apparently Jack with huge game there for Gen G.
Damn, that was a good game,
It
dude.
was teetering for them. You know, you could tell out there on the field a little bit frustrated with how things were going, but then the confidence and the refusal to give up. Gen G came roaring back. This was quite the comeback game from them.
17 shots from Gen G. They have almost doubled their offense from last time, but SSG stretched them to their limit. And going to overtime when SSG were just this close to winning it, LJ having to put up a hat trick. Gibbs was right. This was the series to watch when it comes to playoffs, at least for the quarterfinals. Man, this has been amazing to watch.
It's been back and forth, and you know, it's looked a little scrappy at times. You're seeing how many demos we had out there. 10 demos for Space Station, 8 demos for Gen G. It was scrappy. And there were moments there where both teams were on their backboard trying to defend it, and there was a ball right in front of their net that could have been disastrous, but you know, for both teams, they're also at times going pretty far back because you're seeing both teams struggling to get boost in some pretty dire moments Later, or at the last part of that overtime, you saw how effective Gen G was at boost-starving Space Station.
And 9 goals later, we had a winner. Ooh, but LJ, free to roam? No, first killer got him. But man, that last game, you have to play perfect Rocket League. You have to play loose, you have to play flexible.
Yeah, I want that.
Because it's
Eke out here,
a
Chronic.
ball pinch from across
it.
the field gets a goal. These passes were very far too. Now Chicago's first to pop this up. Hawkser goes up high. Chronic meets him there. And Gen G are taking their time with this. But now not being able to really lead this ball comfortably to the orange half.
God damn, everyone's just keeping it in the center in there.
Forward for SSG, but this ball has stayed high for a while. Now a chance for Gen G.
Oh!
Chronic. Hawkser makes the save off the corner. First killer from the sidewall has Hawkser scrambling. Jack to first killer. No, intercepted by Chicago.
You can see first killer very.
Oh, there it is. Oh no.
Zero boost, double commit from Gen G as well, but it lets Gen G keep possession. Gen G going for the jugular.
Man, Gen G, they are staying here. Hawkser is trying. He's getting bullied, and he manages to make good space.
Oh, yeah.
Starting to become dire for their defense with how much Gen G was hitting those shots. And first
Oh,
yeah. Able to fake out Hawkser. Jack gets demoed, and SSG might have called off the cavalry here of Gen G.
And we've seen that a few times now, where apparently Jack's able to get that 100 boost, but gets demoed right after. Still, though, even if you do get demoed, at least you're denying that boost for the other team. Hawkser going for that sidewall double. We've seen him with some fantastic redirects.
Looking for that bump and didn't get it. It's Jack. He's trying to read. A new Chicago is going to go up the wall, want to smash into him. First killer at least wins the 50, but Hawkser's been protecting that backboard so well, and really forces Gen G to get these passes executed if they want to find the gap within SSG. Now a lot of time has gone by and still no goals, and Hawkser forces first killer to jump. Now LJ patrols without Chicago though. SSG are looking weak offensively.
It's always dangerous when you see first killer in the air. Rebound out to Chronic off the ceiling, and that's gonna fizzle out. It'll be cleared off the line, but you get a glimpse of how deadly Gen G can be.
Oh, SSG are so low on boost, so they really can't get this offense rolling. First killer knows. He's trying to play fast and couldn't connect with Jack there as Hawkser almost crosses, and Chronic protects the left. And first killer looks to clear. Now that Space Station have some boost to work with, they can start being threatening, and LJ climbs up high to keep Gen G locked in the half, and LJ bumps.
First killer, man, you're just
great save by first killer.
Crazy.
Looks like Gen G are okay for now.
And you saw apparently Jack get a little greedy. He was trying to fake out the touch and then steal the corner. Ended up not getting the corner and getting bumped. Very easily could have been the first goal for Space Station. A risky decision there by Jack.
First killer and Chronic trying to slow down the play and failing to do so. Chicago with a good touch, but Jack's always ready in the box. First killer up high.
Oh, you didn't have the second job.
Hawkser races back in time. And Chronic's having a hard time winning against this. Chicago neatly keeps it to the side. Chronic sneaking past him. First killer gone again. SSG have been so good at demoing Gen G on these offenses.
We have seen quite a few demos in this series, and this game, though, has been neck and neck, so close, and that could have been very easy. Chicago being patient out of necessity, only had a small pad to work with on that play.
Ooh, SSG, but yeah, winning that 50 just got Hawkser the ball right into the lap of Gen G, but having their backs against the wall.
Oh, shit.
Chronic can't touch it. The lead for SSG with 47 seconds to spare.
A Chronic expecting a bump here from LJ, tries to get ahead of it and move into a position to dodge it, realizes, hey, you know, I also have to block this. The ball's going in. And that just rolls right in. LJ causing problems for Chronic on the back line.
We know SSG like their game fives, and they're maybe heading that direction. The resilience out of this team, you gotta commend it. Gen G looking to tie this. Jack almost had an opportunity when two members of SSG were stuck in the corner. Soxer's making the most out of the situation. Chicago up against first killer there, I believe, and LJ with the second, third touch. Looking for help, looking for friends. And Chicago gets some help from Hoxer in the box, but Gen G, the wall on defense has been great, but this last counterattack could spell it all.
Let's go.
These two connected in overtime to win it, and now they connect to force it. Apparently, Jack, a blistering shot, 83 miles an hour off a dime from Chronic. Gen G are not out of it yet.
They had one last opportunity, and Gen G did it with no time to spare. That almost got scary, but we enter yet another overtime with a potential match point for Gen G, or a game 5 for SSG. Chicago waiting to see, shoves first killer out of the way. Midfield commanded there by Gen G. They move forward. They've already have SSG on their half. First killer harassed. Shot, double commit the save. And LJ's racing for the clear, but Jack is beating them to it, but doesn't have any help. Gen G, knowing this counterattack could be scary, because here comes LJ.
Gen G able to shut down LJ's solo play. First killer gonna go for
get back.
Shut down by LJ. Low boost for Chronic, still tips it up.
First killer, turn around.
Jack,
oh, dope.
who again loses it due to the low boost, and you see multiple times Jack so close to making a play, but having maybe 10 less boost than he needs.
Good defense out of SSG, ready on the back wall. Reading at Gen G. Found themselves stuck on defense. First killer, though, his aerial challenges have been solid, regaining possession for his team, disrupting SSG. Chronic trying to call the
dude,
right.
he didn't touch it.
Strong enough to get SSG out of the woods. Depending on how these demos go, will be SSG with the man advantage. Going back to the blue half. Chronic missing. Oh my
dude, all the demos.
SSG!
I hate demos, dude.
This isn't Rocket League. This is a demolition derby. And Space Station, they're the players out there making it happen.
That's what they don't like, is demos.
And then Chicago joins the rush. What was that? That was pure chaos in those final moments.
It was, holy cow. And what, 2 back-to-back overtimes? One that had 9 goals in this one. Feeling like a stalemate for so long. Man, SSG definitely put up the saves too. Is it 8 saves? Like, they are just denying everything Gen G is throwing at them.
And I was getting ready to just talk about how, I can't believe that Gen G's sitting up 3-1 in the series right now. Space Station has been in so many good situations that they haven't been able to close out, and then they pull that off. Space Station Gaming, that was a key game. I mean, you lose that game, you might as well chalk up the series. I know they don't think that way, but that's what I'm thinking. If they give that up, letting Gen G score in those final seconds to force that overtime. But Space Station showing grit and determination and really creativity there. You really, how many times, Lemon, have you seen a game turn into that demo spree like that in the final moments? How many times have you seen that?
It's like when you get demoed, you gotta start demoing back. I felt like there was a lot of kind of response in that physical department to just, you're gonna do it to us, we'll do it to you back, and we're both gonna be miserable in the chaos. And who found themselves earlier was SSG. Now they're the Game 5 Kings from Swiss, but this is a best of 7, so we'll see if that luck pays off in this game, because there's still a lot more Rocket League ahead of them. Toxer to LJ, keeps popping it up, a few more touches. Chicago's too far back to do something with the pass, and Gen G had time to develop. Toxer guiding this across, and LJ knew Jack was looking for a chance to harass them more. Now all 3 members of Gen G are on this. SSG doing their best.
You saw LJ so close to stealing that corner boost, has to get far out of the play, and it costs him. Went all the way to the opposite corner to get this boost, and you just cannot leave the ball that long. Otherwise, that happens.
Bit of a flub there from SSG. uncharacteristic. I feel like they've been solid. I commended them for putting up like 8 saves against kind of that relentless Gen G offense. Now that's finally been able to execute. LJ the Chicago, that was scary. Yeah, the pre-jump.
Ambitious.
First killer to Chronic, the counter.
Oh!
Barely crossing the goal line.
I'm pretty sure LJ hit this in. Somehow it managed to be stopped by Hawkser. But LJ went full brain dead mode, chasing that ball back. Surely, I mean,
It was brain dead, damn.
There's no way that ball is not a goal. So he just goes on autopilot and accidentally tips it in. But Hawkser had saved his flip until after the contact. That was actually a remarkable save from Hawkser to keep that first effort out. Maybe would have been able to clear it off the line as well, had LJ not hit that in.
And Gen G bringing that fire. Back wall just barely protected there from LJ. Gen G bringing that fire from game 1, game 3. Important touch from Chicago. The pass to Hawkser. The long clear hit Hawkser.
Damn, dude.
Flying high to touch that one. Chicago even getting ready to set up Hawkser. Jack with the soft touch and didn't want to immediately clear it out with Hawkser in front of him. Now LJ to the corner, smashed in there by First Killer. SSG barely having a hold on this, and to the ceiling. Chronic reads it well. And Gen G stabilized. Now it continues for SSG. LJ, the 50 to the corner, and Hawkser making everybody run for it. With Jack and Chicago. Chicago winning that with the reset from the ceiling and gets further away from Hawkser. But the shot from LJ's too high. It's off the cross. You're not even out of the woods yet if you're Gen G, but First Killer got flicked right to him. And Hawkser
another
with
demo.
a quick transition. Chronic with an important stop to the left. Everyone's getting demoed now.
I mean, we've been seeing so many demos in this series. Hawkser, this is a great shot opportunity for Jack. Hits the bar. If Space Station come back, that goal, or that play rather, is going to haunt them. Control from Chicago. Tried to take too much space, but you can see Chronic on 0.
Got all of Gen G's attention though. A lot of boost used by them just to get up there. Now Gen G are running on fumes. Jack got the corner, so he's buying time for his team to get set up defensively. Now SSG not really commanding that ball, so Gen G will make the most out of this, force another offense. The ball drops into the box, but a strong bounce makes it so Jack doesn't see the opportunity, not yet anyway. Now LJ, ooh, a good tip from the midfield, and Jack catches it.
Chicago with a chance to double, and
get double committed, man.
But that's going to be an easy cleanup for LJ.
Yeah, Jack thought he had the clear, and here comes Chicago with the double, and First Killer. I mean, it's a tough situation to try and save, regardless of how many people are in the net. 2-1 for Gen G. SSG have stayed right behind them as Jack looks for insurance. First Killer with the 50 that could land in front of the net. The Chronic's trying to readjust himself against Chicago. And Jack on the back wall's not going to let this go easy for SSG.
Space Station, they showed their grit last game, and now showing it again! Chicago, I was surely thinking someone would get in his way. First Killer, so surprised by that touch. Chronic trying to play catch up, and now Gen G have given up the lead.
I did it.
Good power on that shot. The pass is beautiful out of SSG and a kickoff. Jack versus LJ. An initial stop. Chicago first to recover to the ceiling. The reset used to get to LJ. This bounces down as Hawkser climbs up for it. Now you got Gen G scrambling. They don't have boost after that altercation. Now just trying to get this out. Jack keeps it to the side to First Killer. And again, not having the resources. Gen G might be stuck here unless they just set SSG back. Now First Killer looking for the bump. Misses LJ. Jack gets involved. Gen G looking for that lead right back.
Hawkser bailing out, going for the boost steal, trying to play the game of attrition. Jack getting into position. Now looking for that pass. He did get the mid boost, but you saw the side flip, wasn't able to get up in the air. Now hard backward ball, awkward for Chronic. He actually whiffs.
Chicago came in swinging too. Swinging a miss. You're out. Oh, and Jack beats the one to the wall, and fortunately for them, Gen G had to kind of recenter it from the corner, giving time for SSG. 8 seconds left. It could be another overtime. As Jack slows down this ball, Hawks are up in front of the net. No one there to catch it. It's gonna land on the ground shortly as Chicago comes in out of nowhere. SSG keeping the ball up until now. Another overtime now in game 5.
The overtimes have been intense, and that's a good kickoff right to LJ. LJ doing well to control it, and it'll be a possession here for Space Station. You see First Killer trying to get up very early. That might actually haunt Gen G's. He's going to be out of the play for a while.
Yeah, he really likes to go for those aerial challenges just to see if he can flip the play on its head. Sometimes gets him out of position, sometimes makes something beautiful happen. First kill, and Jack gets it done. Gen G, match point.
And you said it, First Killer looking for bumps and finds it. He first goes for LJ.
Let's go.
And then finds Hawkser on the follow-up. And apparently Jack there to finish the job. Very smart play. That is a high percentage play. And that is what I'm talking about when I say scrappy. Plays like that are about as scrappy as it gets.
Yeah, I just saw a stat where it said First Killer bumped 32 people. Like 32 times, I should say. So it's been a physical game between these two. Another overtime. So back and forth with Gen G, Space Station, Gen G, Space Station. Like no one's a clear favorite in this match.
And you expect something to be called from Space Station, a timeout, and indeed they do call one right here because they need to get their bearings back under them. A tough overtime loss. And I think one of the things that's been challenging for Space Station is they continue to let Gen G into the game when they really need to finish it out. We saw them even last game that they did win in overtime, letting Gen G score in those final moments. They just need to find that clutch factor.
Yeah, and I thought that clutch factor was Hawkser. I think he's made a lot of plays happen for his team. He's been the setup guy, and he's really doing it all, offense, defense. What more could you ask for from Hawkser? But a quieter game in that one. But with this timeout, you're gone to 3 overtimes in a row, and it's about finishing clean, which has been the topic for SSG. Gen G's consistency is something we usually commend, but man, they're really being pushed to their limit by this team.
You said it, pushed to the limit, and it's broken them a couple times. You saw some whiffs on the back wall. It's just some positioning mistakes that you really don't expect from Gen G. But the one thing I will say is that even though Gen G has not really been playing to the standard that you expect from them, they're still finding ways to win. They're still in every single game. It doesn't look like they're incredibly comfortable out there and that they're synergizing at the level that you expect, but they're still, like, that just goes to speak to how good Gen G is as individual players, and also just how clutch they can be. I think apparently Jack had a really rough go in the finals in the last event, in the first qualifier, but he has been clutch with these overtime moments, really helping carry Gen G to this moment.
Jack seems like that vocal leader. You saw him in the camps. He's the one really rallying the troops. Even though Gen G won, winning in overtime is never going to feel amazing. Winning feels great, sure, but SSG, they're making you sweat, that's for sure. And we'll see what difference that timeout made. That was called by SSG. Now it's match point for Gen G to see who moves on to the semifinal. Chicago with the demo, but the pinch goes to First Killer, who beats the one defender, but LJ is just trying to slow down the ball, and First Killer brings it right back, forcing the save. LJ down to the ground. Chicago
misread,
assisting, but now First Killer to Jack. 2 defenders locked up, and SSG barely make the save.
And you can see how fast First Killer is trying to play. It actually worked out as well because it put him in position for the bump, but you've got Chronic, who started the series with an incredible solo effort, and we might end this series with one as well. Gets up off the ceiling, the extra touch off the back wall, and the finish. That touch from the ceiling was so sweet.
The mechanics that have to be put on display to score against either defenses. Now the kickoff forcing Chicago to save as Chronic smashes into 2, getting a chance for first killer to connect with Jack. LJ pops it up, and Hoxer is there just in case. For Chronic winning that, he may be able to cross here. LJ gets there in time. And SSG kind of squandering there on that defense, and they're back at it again. Jack turns it, almost places it on the left. Chicago saves. And Gen G had a really threatening offense so far, and with that goal lead, it's looking good for them in Game 6.
So far, so good for Gen G. But with 3 overtimes in a row, I don't think you want to count Space Station out just yet. However, Gen G has been looking very good with possession, with the attack. You can see the chaos right there. Apparently, Jack to Chronic, and Chronic will finish it. It looked like that was a double commit. LJ and Chicago both going for it, leaving Hoxer in a literal 3v1.
Yep. Damn, dude.
Pretty sure Jack had like no boost too, so whether that was like intended to hit the cross or a fake, I don't know. I should always assume it's a strategy. Gen G up 2-0. Having to pull out all of the stops to smash SSG in. With held on defensively as best as they could. Hawks is trying to develop there on the right, and Gen G are getting this out. Now it's up to LJ. The stop with Jack is cooking up, and with that demo, you thought you had SSG in a bad spot, but they managed to clear it out.
Another double commit. Hoxer and LJ both committing to that ball. Chicago trying to keep this attack going as best as possible. But you can see the rotations messed up, a little bit of a slow challenge there for LJ. But first killer actually ran into apparently Jack, forcing Chronic into a position where he had to make the stop, and he did so. Chronic having a stellar game.
Like that touch from LJ to slow down the attack there from Gen G. Hawks here forcing Jack to come up there. LJ to Chronic. It's SSG trying to puncture through this defense, and it's just been feeling impossible. They haven't registered a single shot, despite looking like they had the opportunity to do so. But SSG just haven't been able to be comfortable in this blue half. And LJ to Chicago, it's off the back wall, gonna land down, getting the attention of 2 members of Gen G. And the counterattack is fast, but Hoxer's faster.
Great positioning there from Hoxer, recognizing that Jack was gonna shoot that near post. Perfectly placed. Hoxer has been really good for Space Station on defense, making a lot of big stops. But now it's going to be offense that is required. Space Station, with under 2 minutes left to go, have to get some goals, otherwise they are out.
I like these cheeky challenges coming out of SSG, like Hoxer, the 50 down. I think SSG got to trust each other. Start committing more far forward to take advantage of any opportunity they can.
Let's
like
go,
this
Jack.
one. Jack, good save. And first killer there first, up the wall, long clear to Chronic. Won't be able to get the second touch, but Jack's ready on the left. And LJ's just shoving them around. First killer has his back. Gen G are a unit. You have to dismantle gear by gear. And the double commit from SSG. Let's save this for now. Jack to first killer from right to left. Right in the box and right to SSG.
And you saw the idea there from first killer, but nobody was there for Gen G. However, with how much Space Station has been struggling positioning-wise, they've double committed multiple times. They're not able to take advantage of the passes in front of the box. It looks like Gen G might have done enough to close this series out.
Yeah, it's 10 shots to 1. SSG, momentum not on their side. They got the demo though, but they don't got the ball. Chronic has been ready. Hoxer with LJ pushing forward. But these touches defensively have been so valuable out of Gen G, and Hoxer can't dunk, and first killer with the long clear. 12 seconds left. SSG got to take advantage of every second, or this playoff is over after forcing 3 overtimes.
So bad. It's over already.
And Gen G will be moving on to the semifinal.
And it is deja vu, apparently, Jack, with the exclamation point
Damn it, boy.
on this series with that double tap. But Space Station, they just didn't have it in this game. You could tell the double commits, they were not playing their best to close things out, but they played Gen G very close. This, I mean, 3 overtimes in a row, very easily could have gone Space Station's way. Space Station, their journey ends again in the quarters to Gen G.
It's funny because it's SSG who just called the timeout, and then they registered like 0 shots in the first half. Whatever they talked about, it was wrong.
It didn't work out. That is true. But I mean, overtime in general just didn't work out for them. Losing 2 of the 3 overtimes. Those overtimes go the other way. You know, this very easily could have been a 4-1 for Space Station. But, you know, Space Station, they're going to have to now gear up for the next qualifier. They finished 2 top 8s in a row. They're still in the hunt. It looks like that 4th spot in North America is going to be wide open, and Space Station might be a favorite for it if they can manage to at least dodge G2 and Gen G in the quarters.
Yeah, and at least Space Station had a better effort, a way better showing against Gen G compared to their rematch, the other quarterfinal from the last qualifier. And it's been great to see Space Station really go the distance, but they gotta win cleaner, and it ain't gonna be today. Gen G move on to the semifinals, and I'm excited to see who's gonna join them there. You're gonna find out after the break. What a memorable series. It went the distance, but we know SSG are like that. What, so many overtimes later, and I am joined by someone with socks, joggers, with water without a T, and a hat trick. Jack, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Why did the series go the distance in your eyes? I was entertained, but I know it's more stressful in your seat.
Yeah, I mean, SSG played a really good series. I think we could have looked better. Like, we definitely pulled some moments out when we needed to. You know, in clutch moments in overtimes. I mean, we lost one, but we also kind of brought goals back in you know, high pressure situations. So we played well in those moments, but I think we could have played cleaner in the, you know, mid game. So nothing to take away from them. They played great, and I think that's obviously the main reason why it went the distance.
And speaking of those overtimes that you have to do as game by game goes on, when you went to that overtime, I saw you being kind of the main vocal person. What did you talk about with the team to rally them?
You know, I don't think. Oh, I think everyone has a lot to say in this team. I think, you know, everyone kind of gives their points. Maybe I speak a little bit more, but I honestly, I'm not sure if I do, but maybe I do. But what I'd say to them was we just had to kind of remain calm. You know, it was literally a battle of nerves, I felt like, in that series, like between both teams, because it was quite a big series for both of us. I think SSG felt a lot of pressure because they kind of had to win that series, in my opinion, if they wanted to feel more comfortable in making the major. It was a big series for us because we shouldn't be going out in quarterfinals. So I think we just had to stay calm, and that's what I'll say, and make sure that everyone's happy and playing confident and still playing like aggressive and confident Rocket League, basically.
Yeah, it was aggressive with how many demos we saw, and I'm sure everyone's happy after a dub at the end of the day. But what has changed for your team between the last qualifier to now?
That's a good question. I think that I'm not too sure. I think that we're going to be more confident in ourselves in certain situations. Obviously, we got destroyed by G2 last regional, so I think we would have learned a lot from that series going into tomorrow. If it's the case that we play them, we don't know yet. But other than that, I don't think much has changed. We're still beating the teams that we should be beating in you know, quarterfinal matches, and we're getting through Swiss in 3-1, which, you know, is in the exact same fashion as last time. So not too much has changed. We're still confident and just kind of ready to play the semis and hopefully show a different result against G2 this time.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Your only problem has been G2. And speaking of them, you have to wait for the winner of Pirates on a Boat and G2. What do you expect the outcome of that series to be?
I think that you've got to give credit where credit's due. G2 look fantastic right now. Pirates on a Boat, they look like a consistent top 8 team. And they look kind of, you know, better than expected. But G2's G2. I think it'll be I'll give a game 4-1.
Ooh, okay. I was wondering if there was going to be an upset, but I'm excited for maybe the mini grand final if all goes according to your script. But congratulations on the win and good luck tomorrow. Thanks for the interview.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
SSG's passing masterclass, just not enough when you're going up against the former kings of North America. They live up to the reputation. Gen G will play on Championship Sunday, and they're hoping for another shot at G2. We've got one more match here left on the day, but I mean, Gibbs, you said this one was the one you were looking forward to the most, and it lived up to the hype.
Oh man, that 8 minutes of game 3 was just fun to watch. The passing at the space station was immaculate. First killer hits the ceiling pinch. We're seeing plays from both teams. It was a little sloppy at times, but the highlights were amazing throughout this match. It was a lot of fun. Space station, like, I felt like they showed us enough to consider them a top 4 team. Again, they're having some bad luck in Qual 1 and Qual 2, playing only G2 and Gen G, but I think they should be probably early favorites in Qual 3 to make a top 4. Like, I think it was enough to show that they are a great team, but it was just barely not enough. I think their passing was immaculate. I just hope they get a little bit better luck in terms of their bracket play so they get a better matchup.
Yeah, I feel like you talk about, I was tweeting about this, like passing, I mean, when you're having an offense that is pass heavy, you do, the defensive positioning becomes more intricate, James, because you're committing more players upfield versus a team that can play a solo offense. The SSG passing game was crazy all the time, but it definitely left openings for Gen G to punish.
Well, I mean, when you go for those long stretch passes and you go for the passing plays, you leave yourself open to getting intercepted. And a lot of times when you do have that pass intercepted, you're giving the other team an opportunity to solo play. And Gen G is not a team you want to let solo play. I think Chronic especially looked so good in this series. And apparently Jack was clutch as what we saw Chronic. Yeah. And apparently Jack connect in a few high pressure situations. And I felt terrible. Jack comes in here, the first thing I say is, man, I thought Gen G, you know, they won, but they didn't look the best, right? You know, I think they could have looked better. And you know, one, I felt terrible. But also I think it goes to show you how good this Gen G team is and you know how individually talented the team is. Even if it looks like they're struggling out there, they're still winning and they're clutch as heck. And Gen G now, I think for them, you know, they had to wait until the finals to play G2. Now, I think we can kind of expect that they're going to run into each other in the semifinals here, and you'll wonder if it's going to be different. I think G2's been playing at a crazy level, but Gen G has been able to find that clutch moment.
You talked about the clutch 1v1 solo players on Gen G, and you didn't even mention First Killer. Guy hits a ceiling pinch to score in that 8-minute game.
Was a
crazy plays. What a great game. That team is going to be waiting for the results of our final quarterfinal of the day. Many people's most anticipated match here, folks. We're excited to get into it. Pirates on a boat. They have been making waves. Top 8, 2 events in a row, but they got to go through the reigning, defending Kings of North America, G2, the undisputed best team in the region. Can achieve ours 5-up, and Andy take them on here, Gibbs. It's going to be the biggest match of their lives.
It's a tall order. G2 is the #1 seed. They've looked comfortable all split long. They have not lost a match yet. They won 3-0, 3-1, and 3-1, and that was included versus Space Station. But on the other side, Pirates on a boat, like they're a brand new team, not a lot of experience. At least they're getting tons of experience when they play Swiss. Always go into 5, and they prevailed. They got a huge 3-0 versus TSM, a very quality team to get here. And now it's just 4 games away from a top 4 finish. And a lot of people are talking about that race for top 4. Not many people are talking about Pirates. If they win this, they're in that 4th place spot right now. So huge match for them. On the other side for G2, probably very much locked to make that major. But they want to be the best in the world. And to do that, you got to win everything in North America, James.
You know, Maybe you have to win everything. I don't know, Gibbs. That's
to be in the conversation for best in the world.
I still think that's a conversation for another time. I think we've seen from Daniel and Beast Mode, especially at Gamers 8, that you know they've got what it takes. But just shifting the conversation to this series, I think G2. Jack said it best. Credit where credit is due. G2 looked unstoppable. And Gen G, a lot of people look at them as that clear #2 in North America. And G2 crushed them. And I think we're expecting G2 to make it back to the finals. Just with what we've seen from them so far. Dan, Beast Mode, Atomic, they've been gelling really well. We saw Beast Mode particularly getting up in people's faces, pretty much dominating the midfield. He cut off so many passes against Gen G in the finals. He was playing at a speed unmatched by anybody. I don't know if there's a faster team out there in North America than G2.
Across 2 regionals so far, G2 are 9-0. They have not lost a match, and they don't plan to start today. We'll see if they can hold on, if the Spires in the boat can find a recipe to slow them down. I mean, and that is the thing, Gibbs. We were watching it yesterday, or we were talking about it late yesterday. Last regional, it did not matter what any team did.
Yeah.
G2 was just too fast. They were always to the ball before everyone, with control, with poise, with resolve, and preparation to take care of, to handle that speed, to play at it. So, Jack, who do you think is going to win? Hashtag POAB. It's not, it's just supposed to be hashtag ARR. Come on, production. Talk to us. Okay, so we'll see. Folks, hashtag Pirates on a Boat or G2. Let us know who you got. Oh, Gibbs, what are your thoughts?
So we're going to talk about G2 and their defense. Their defense has been immaculate. They were the #1 defense in Qualifier 1 by 0.25 goals. Right now, they're the #1 defense after day 1 by 0.5 goals. That is what they do right now. They are so good by controlling the field of play that no one scores on them. It's barely over 1 goal per game. We saw that when they played a Gen G. but it's choppy waters. It's choppy waters in the bracket, and you know who's got a ship? Pirates on a boat.
Baby.
They've got a ship, and they've got a Chiefs just up on the lookout, just looking out. He's like, I'm looking at Gen G. I'm looking at Gen G in the semifinals. I'm not even worried about it.
No,
not even worried about
the
it.
Pirates, they got a ship, but G2 has a spaceship. Okay, I think it's going to be a little bit different.
That's
here.
the wrong
They're
team. That's the wrong team.
samurai. How do they have a spaceship?
If we're talking about the level of ships that each team has,
They're on a boat, man. They're not just pirates. They're on the boat. Look, hey, listen. If James had predicted pirates, then it would have been a desk sweep. That would have been we'd have been cursing them. So we appreciate you doing your part there, James. Despite what it might look like up here, G2 clearly the favorites in this. This would be the biggest upset of the day if Pirates on the Boat can make it happen, and they've got the opportunity. 7 games till we find out who's punching their tickets to Championship Sunday. It's Pirates on a Boat versus G2.
As they mentioned, G2 is 9-0. Nobody takes more shots. Nobody allows fewer shots than G2 Stride. However, Daz, we put a man on the moon. I give Pirates on a Boat the same shot.
We'll see what happens. Time ticks down here. Pirates on a Boat going up against a G2 squad who look unbeatable. But we play the games for a reason. They made top 8 twice. Can they stop the team that is looking like the best of North America? Here we go.
All the discussion over who could challenge some of the top teams from Europe, from MENA, from South America as well, for the title of best in the world. And really, 2 teams come to mind on the North American side. We just saw one of them in Gen G, G2, decisively the other. And even then, it's a question, as Eris will try to set up 5-up. Can he bring this ball central? No. And G2 all over this. They've got this just superstar duo, Daz, in Daniel and Beast Mode. And then you add Atomic with all of his prowess to this G2 roster. It feels like NA has finally consolidated talent, and G2 is reaping the benefits.
And we'll see if they can continue to do that too. I mean, things change when you get into this top 8 performance, and right now, I mean, you have to give credit to Pirates. They've been looking good offensively. They forced G2 to the back end. They haven't given up anything early. Does seem like they've come into this prepared. Question is, how long can they hold off?
We do know this team can score. Chiefs talked about it earlier. Very happy with the offense. All 3 players in double digits in scoring. Of course, you would expect that. They did go all 5 rounds again to get into this spot, and their reward is the #1 seed, the reigning regional champion in G2, as Eris tries to bring this through on his own. And then Daniel over to Beast Mode. Very dangerous play, but nobody else forward for Pirates. And now it's Beast Mode trying to roll this one up. 5-up can't stop him. Beast Mode's got Daniel to his right. He'll take it himself. And he almost forced it through. Eris whipped it out, and then Eris stuffs Daniel as well. And Pirates on a Boat narrowly keep G2 out of their net for now. Another chance for Atomic. He's bullying 5-up, and he still got that out to the corner, and Pirates survive.
How was that not a G2 goal? They had everything. Beast Mode setting it up. I think there was Atomic with that follow-up. I think he just hit the bar there. I couldn't tell if the defense made it in time. But that one was very, very interesting how it got away from G2. Well, big shout-outs, though, to Pirates defense. It can't hold on forever, though. Atomic will get the first goal.
Well, this is what G2 has done to everybody so far. They were perfect in the Swiss by doing exactly this. Shot after shot after shot. They've already got 5 here in the first half of game #1. Pirates on a Boat. They have 3 to their credit. One was pretty good. It was 5-up, taken out by Daniel. Atomic running underneath. And Daniel, that last touch, trying to throw off the defense. Did not work out, but they're coming right back in. This is what both teams really will do to you, but of course G2 far more adept as that pass just snuffed out by Atomic.
And that's coming off of a demo too. Really good for Atomic. Great to just get in front of the ball, try to force something, and does so. 5-up up early, big shot, but even bigger save from G2. Dangerous though, as Pirates, if you give them some space to work with. You saw 5-up, well placed, just not enough.
Saw a lot of that out of OG2, kind of these long passing plays. There's Eris, denied by Beast Mode. Late follow-up from Andy is swatted away as well. He was trying to line up a double. The initial serve was high. 5 up will win that back into G2 territory, but they've kind of brought Andy in. And that means they can clear out over his head. 5 up has to take it out. He needs one more touch, and he's got it into the corner. Somebody else has to get onto that, though. Instead, it's Daniel. Andy's shot easily set away by Atomic, and Pirates on a boat, sent back to the drawing board.
Yeah, they get pushed away. Andy on the goal line here, but Atomic's backwards trying to get a bump. He is able to get Beast Mode to force it over him, though, even in a tough spot, so defense can take control here. They have to start executing on offense, though. They're starting to get beat to a couple of challenges. It hasn't been looking too good for them. And then the ball sailed back over their head. This is exactly what G2 won as time ticks down. Good control from Atomic. He 50s 2 out. Andy's going to be out of the play for a while. He's got 0 boost, so Daniel's in a good spot. Takes advantage of the one-on-one on defense. And Daniel, big-time goal.
All right, Daniel. Had beast mode for the rebound if he needed him. Instead, takes it himself. When you've got this combination, these 3 players just feel like a cheat code in and of themselves. It almost doesn't seem like a fair fight against most of the rest of North America. Here goes beast mode as Eris slows him down at least. Daniel ricochets that one off of Andy, and Pirates on a boat. Still on the back foot. They're having a tough time getting out of their own zone because G2 are just swarming around them.
Watching Atomic there. Good pop-up here. Andy's trying to get up to block this off from Daniel. Does get a good touch and good. Straight to 5 up. He's a little late, though. But Eris, that B's can give them a lot of room to work with. Andy waiting in the wing. He has the ball. Trying to play it to himself, but a good read on Atomic. Reacted so quickly to stop what could have been a potential setup there for Pirates to try to get back into this game late. Final few seconds. They're trying to do a 3-man passing play downfield. Leaves it for Eris. Eris strikes. Oh, Andy got a piece of it. He'll keep it up. They want this one at least before the game ends, but they can't even get that. G2. It's all G2 for game 1.
No mercy. That's what that is. Some teams will be like, all right, yeah, cool, play, we're up by 2, whatever, just let them score. Nah, let's try and allow as few goals as possible. And they have done that in this tournament. Gibbs mentioned it right before we kicked off here. Fewest goals allowed per game by far. As we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, all those opportunities there from G2, you thought, okay, maybe there's some life here, but what happened just a few seconds later? Beast mode, Atomic, score, then Daniel. You're gonna see in a moment after that save out of beast mode and Atomic, Daniel might be the best player on the field.
Yeah, you know, one thing I enjoyed, though, about this game, looking at the Pirate side, is how close it was. I think this one was expected to kind of go south really early, and we didn't really see that. I think looking at how they played, the offense kind of kept up. They still had over 10 shots, which is good for that output. But G2's defense was something we all noted going in. They continued up that performance, but they kept it a 2-goal game. Sure, G2 had most of the control, but they weren't able to increase the scoreline, and the game didn't get out of hand. I think that's something that Pirates want to make sure of, is that they keep up that momentum as the games get competitive. And it's a long series, best of 7. Chance here for an adjustment for Pirates, but G2 Stride already starting off hot.
We're glad you committed to not allowing Achieves to be the best dressed man on the show today. Well done. You really do look like a middle-aged man. You're molding into it quite well. G2 on the attack. Right, Atomic off the crossbar. Beast mode's there. G2 strike again.
I like this here from G2. Again, the demo up front. Atomic immediately taking one out. Plays that ball high. Eris can't get the backboard read. It's a tough read, but he has to also watch out because Beast Mode is waiting for an opportunity. Recognize the space. First goal to G2 again.
G2 have scored all 3 goals in this series. Beast Mode looking to add another to their tally. It's Atomic in under the defense. Andy couldn't get a hand on it. And G2 is starting to pull away early.
Back-to-back pressure quickly off the kickoff for G2. Before Pirates can even struggle to really get themselves set up, G2 start to strike. Good shot from Atomic, recognized where their defense was, placed the shot perfectly.
The Chiefs might call this timeout before the midway point of this game. This is getting out of hand early. But
oh, no, they get one back.
G2 just ran forward. maybe a little overconfidence, maybe a little lackadaisical, whatever it is. Pirates on a boat get a freebie.
Yeah, this one, Atomic seems like he had a misread in the back end. No one there to follow up. 5-up sees it. Good recognition of the play. Able to take advantage of it. 1 goal game here, so it doesn't start to get too out of hand just yet. Pirates clean things up, and G2 kind of give them one.
Oh, Andy able to run onto one. He had 5 up forward. But now it's Daniel coming back. Flip reset. Slowed it down, and Eris wise to the play. You're seeing G2 being, you know, as aggressive as they've been. They've maybe be a little too hyper-aggressive. 2 in the net right now. But Daniel all alone on the side wall. He can bring it up to the sky, and Eris tracking him. Daniel still got it through. And 5-up just serves that up in the air. Trying to give his teammates time to get any boost. Andy went all the way up to midfield. Here comes Beast Mode. Eris with the save.
Andy get back in time. Good clearance. But he's going to end up losing that 50. And boom, you see G2 immediately. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
Just total control in the air that play. Lack on the execution for the finish. But they have to be able to cut that out. You don't want to give G2 the ball for free, because if you have to defend that every time, I mean, you're simply just not going to be able to.
Yeah, law of averages, they're going to score. Yeah, they get 10, 11, 12 shots a game. Some of them are going to find the net. You're not that good defensively, as Daniel just pops one up. That's a rare giveaway. Now Atomic pops that away from Eris. 5-up slows it down. Got that hard out of the corner, and Andy can track this, but boy, those touches have been throwing him off. Here goes Eris. He missed high, but Atomic whiffed as well, and 5-up ties the game.
This play was all over the place. You saw Eris try to go for the bump. Daniel ended up bumping Andy, was trying to get in the way, and Daniel just narrowly misses contact. He read where the ball was going to go, but just couldn't get there in time. We'll need to check the tape for that one, but regardless, the goal stands. Pirates up, tie this one up. Back-to-back here for them.
5-up was a little quiet at times during the Swiss, at least when we watched them on stream. Picked up more of his goals in the other matches as Atomic kicks that out towards mid, and 5-up had to jump in the way. He's got, well, 100% of the scoring out of Pirates on a boat. No assists. 2 unassisted goals. Here goes Andy. With 5-up at the back, it's Eris. Shot is a little high. And Atomic will outlet to Daniel, and here they come. Oh, so quickly.
Going for the bump.
Trying to get back in the second half, and that's popped away. Again, you can't give him that much space. He's going to convert eventually. Yeah. Pirates on a boat, playing with fire.
As soon as Daniel went up for that ball, he immediately turned off ball cam. He was trying to line it up so he had control, but he could leave it to get that bump out. Again, just trying to see what they could do. Keep that first man like Daniel up front to disrupt. Daniel's sitting at the midfield now, really low boost, but he finally takes the corner. Beast Mode's going to have to go all the way back. Daniel wants to pressure, but not go yet. 5-up, trying to play this across, and here we go, just cutting off space. Even if they get possession, G2 are still able to get this ball into your zone, and a player like Daniel's cutting everything off here in the midfield. It's been so hard for Pirates to push out of their own zone because of it. And now you got a demo, too, when he's up front.
Well, Andy will respawn behind the play. He spawned ball side. 5-up will bring it in. Flip, reset, one. But Beast Mode, final boss at the back.
Gotta watch out here for Pirates. Again, more space. Had to make sure Daniel didn't have 2 there. So 5-up, pass to Andy. Andy looking back. He missed 5-up. And 5-up tried to give a lane there for Eris, but Beast Mode got the block. Creative opportunities on both sides as we approach the final minute. It does feel like it's anyone's game, though.
Do love the pass going to the trailer on that play. But it just didn't work out. G2 snuffed that out as well. That was their best shot at getting a lead in this series. And now Beast Mode with 2 behind him. Beast Mode denied by Andy, who scrambled back into the play. And he's back on possession. 5-up in behind Daniel with 40 seconds left now. And he's just ahead of him this time.
We got 10.
But he lost possession. Eris stopped by Atomic. Pirates on a boat have G2 scrambling a little bit.
Going all in here.
They can't keep this pressure for very long, and Eris has to avoid Daniel.
Oh, you could tell they were going all in. Wait, 5-up in a tough spot. Gets help from Eris. Andy's going to get the beat there. So he has the ball. Daniel's up quickly off the back wall to send it across. 5-up can't control it. Eris going to boom it. 5-up takes a corner boost, and you see Atomic look for the cutoff. Daniel wants to keep this in the blue half. Final 10 seconds. 5 up now on the ball. Passes across. He's going to try to look to see if he can get it to Eris. Eris takes it up off the wall. What's he going to do? 5 up sitting midfield here with low boost, but is not going to play that ball. It'll hit the ground. We got overtime.
5 up caught that. I was real curious to see what he was going to do. Now Eris just ahead of Daniel. Seems like if Pirates on a boat are going to get a foothold in this series, they're going to have to use a lot of misdirection and try to throw off G2, and good luck, because these guys have seen it all. Beast Mode had that kick towards the middle, and Eris now with a full tank of boost. So too does Atomic as Daniel goes up to meet him. Atomic waiting patiently at the back as 5 up and Andy go to work. It's Beast Mode casually bringing that around. 5 up, Atomic up to the backboard, and Andy's right there.
I like that out of mode. He got the ball, instantly just wanted to make sure if he was being immediately challenged. But you also see that quick back pass coming out. Beast Mode in a good spot to be able to read it. Knew it was going to stay on the ground. Worked out well for him. Again, great read on that challenge too. He was low boost there. He's not going to be able to get this one, so he's actually going to go upfield. And then he's watching the play happen. He sees Eris. He's trying to look for a demo on him, forcing Eris to get a clear out. This is just G2. Again, even if you're out of the play, you're not on top of the ball, you're still trying to figure out what's the best way you can help the team no matter where you are.
Oh, 5 up guy coming up, and Eris has to bail him out. And he doesn't have a whole lot to work with, but enough to make a play downfield. 5 up shot, saved away off the crossbar. Eris will just send this one high, trying to buy his teammates time to get back into the play. Andy thought about the midfield boost. He'll circle back to the net, and a good thing because he has to crisscross with 5 up to make that save and keep the overtime going.
Gotta watch out here. Boost total's gonna be big. Demo's coming out. Beast Mode stays on top of this, gets it past 2. Only has 10 boosts. Gonna try to look to disrupt up front. The follow-up wasn't really, just letting go of possession early here. So now Pirates have a chance to try to move downfield, especially with the demo giving them a little bit of space. But you can see G2 trying to take control of that space, buy the time for the guy who gets demo to come back in and make a play. That ball way off target from Beast Mode, just trying to play the beat there. But G2 still on top of possession.
Go, Daniel.
Low boost. They have a total of about 60 boosts between all 3 of them when this play starts, and Daniel just picks them apart thanks to the setup from Atomic, and G2 up 2-0.
It's so, like, the way they approach offense, I mean, again, the denial of space, still being able to stay in the play. You saw Pirates doing their best to hold things off defensively. They had everything read, but you had said it when you saw Daniel go up for the shot. Low boost. At that point, they just really got stuck in their own half and not able to manage a way to break out. That's exactly a big part of G2's game plan there. Deny boost, starve the opposition, and get the best quality shot possible. Beautiful execution on them for the finish. The Pirates, I mean, they showed up. I mean, a lot of work there playing as close as they did with G2.
G2 scored the first 4 goals of this series. 5 up added 2 to tie up the game. Brought it all the way to overtime. But then Daniel strikes for his second goal of the series. And now G2 halfway on to the semifinals in a rematch of last regional's grand finals with Gen G. That coach, Sathu, Achieves knows what he's up against. When it comes to a coaching battle, Sathu's been around long enough. He has seen it all as well as his team. And what a gift Sathu's been given, right? With G2 adding Beast Mode and Daniel. Had some options in the offseason. They certainly made out like bandits. This goes to the back wall, and we're underway now in Game 3. Mentally, of course, you feel like a game that Pirates on a Boat absolutely must win, because a reverse sweep at this stage against this team the way they're playing seems as close to impossible as you could get.
No timeout here for Pirates as well. Still have one, of course, but I can understand it from as close as they did play in that last game. Doesn't really seem like the series has gotten away from them in terms of scoreline, but definitely need to make some adjustments here. Again, just a couple of mistakes there on the back end. They have been playing a pretty good game, and they've made it very close here against G2. But G2 still up 2-0 in the series. Something's got to give for Pirates. It's right now, or it might be never, because you're right. A reverse sweep against G2 seems too tall of a task for most teams.
I do like the idea not to use the timeout here, though, as difficult as it is to kind of go against conventional wisdom there. One of the things that Achieves wanted out of his team when we talked to him before the show, he said, I mean, we're inexperienced. And so eventually the team trying to figure it out. Andy up ahead to 5-up, just couldn't get around on the shot, and maybe he had a little more time than he thought he did. As Andy tries to jump in here and can't stay with the play. Pirates on a boat, leave one on the table. And G2 double commit there. See if Pirates can take advantage of it. It's 5-up. Trying to drill his way through. Beast mode instead has it. Here goes Atomic. Just a little bit wide, and Andy tracked it the whole way.
Oh, and Andy's able to now try to make a play here. Has the flip, not going to be able to use it. Light touch there for mode, and he clears that away. Have to be careful here. G2 do have the strong clearance. It's good to see Andy all the way back there, because G2 was approaching kind of like half boosting the tank for most players. They opt to clear to give them some room, see if they can set up on offense, but Andy being in the back leads to a good transition. So not really sending too many resources forward. Is G2, is Pirates, I should say, but G2 is sending everyone up for this. Still trying to establish some early pressure, force a mistake out of Pirates. This is where they need to stand up defensively.
Andy did well to get that down to Eris, and Daniel calls off beast mode. He wants to score, and he's denied by 5-up coming in from the back. Now Eris stuffed by beast mode. Angles down, and Andy just dumps that off to the corner. Eris with a clutch demo. And now Daniel forces that mid, and it's cleared out. Andy in transition. Doesn't have much to work with here behind him. 5-up. Still trailing the play. Eris way in behind him. He didn't have anybody to pass to. So now Daniel gonna pick his spot. It's wide and cleared by Andy.
Chance here for Eris. Playing this close. Gets it high. Halfway through this game and still scoreless. Just again, showing you at least these adjustments, these slight adjustments being made on the side of Pirates. They are still being limited though. Shot opportunity wise, that was their third shot of the game. G2 only has one more though. So it has been low in terms of getting shots in front of the net. We have seen, again, just G2, especially Daniel, a couple solo plays he's made, just haven't necessarily been on the mark to really count because it hasn't been dangerous, so to speak. Who is going to be able to make that extra adjustment to really apply some dangerous offense? Infield passing from G2, 1-2, but cut away before it can get back to beast mode.
Not much of a fan of moral victories, but at least keep G2 at bay for this long, but it may be over soon. Andy with a save, strafing across. And now Atomic against Andy, got around him. Eris around Atomic, well done defensively. They get around beast mode. Not many have been able to so far this season. That pops up. Eris thinking about it. Now he will go after beast mode. He has to come to ground, and Andy got it off the crossbar.
Eris has been very composed so far this game. Haven't seen too many panic type touches out of him, which is big, especially if you're going against G2. Composure is key. All it takes is the missed touch, and then next thing you know, the ball's going in your net. This one, though, a little bit of a dive. Double commit there. Demo on the play as Eris is taken out, and it's going to be up to 5-up and Andy to really start to control things. 30 seconds. Andy keeps this one close. Tries to get a pinch out in front, but too wide. Eris has to catch up to it. G2 trying to reposition here. They're all on the wall. No one on the ground here, but Beast Mode able to take control of the ball, force a 50 out, wins the 52, and took the boost, or that was Atomic who took it from Andy. So now Pirates in a very uncomfortable position in the final 10. They finally get space. That one goes all the way downfield, but it's off target. Beast Mode, though, sends it off to the side, gets the boost, but the ball is disarray, and now G2 have to hold on. That one gets over. Chance for a counterattack. Beast Mode lobs it downfield. Daniel tried to get a read on Andy's touch, but couldn't. We are in OT.
Now Pirates didn't get scored on right before they nearly stole this game. Beast Mode drop back for Atomic, and Eris pops it away where Daniel will collect. Well, both teams had plenty of good looks at the end, but scoreless in game 3. It's a precarious position. Eris trying to force the issue a little bit. Andy watches this go all the way back to 5-up, and now he can clear it away.
Atomic's on the ceiling.
To Atomic, and 5-up had to stay home.
Ooh, Andy playing downfield in case Beast Mode had missed there, but definitely a crucial play by Beast Mode. Bit of a double commit here. Andy, he didn't realize he could get there first. Now he knows he has time. So now he's going to take control. Gets it past 2. Good 50. Aris could have a chance here. Gets blocked out. 5 up a little bit late. He had to wrap around. But Pirates just keeping this close. Still more pressure. You see Andy trying to send it across. What is he going to do? Looking for a bump. Can't connect with Daniel or Atomic. So now Aris just keeping the ball in play. That's exactly what Pirates are doing right now. They know they have G2 in a good spot, but they got to make the most of it.
Well, all that point-to-point passing is finally dried up. Daniel realized he could stay back for boost and let Atomic take over on the play. Now Beast Mode with Daniel waiting. He's circling around, waiting for his opportunity. Instead, it's cleared out, and he has to play from the back line.
There was a good opportunity there for Andy to kind of keep pressure off of it. The boost had just spawned. Daniel was sitting on it and let Atomic actually go for the challenge. Then once he got off the boost, it spawned there. Andy had a chance to take it, but Daniel ended up getting there too late. So now you see G2 was just staying on top of things, playing this close. Andy giving up a lot of space. 5 up though, chance for a counter. Gives it to Andy. Andy trying to put it on target, and Daniel will have to reach to grab it. But so far, no one has been able to hold on to that possession for too long.
There's another mental obstacle that Pirates on a boat have to overcome here. Aris shot blocked away by Beast Mode, never became a shot. But when you're beaten to the ball so often, as Pirates have been the first 2.5 games, eventually you do start to hesitate, like we saw with Andy there early on in this OT. Beast Mode has Daniel to his left. He's starting to creep up. He was a little out of position there. He was spun out. Now he'll set up Atomic. Beast Mode. Wow. Reddit for the save. And we keep on playing through half of an extra game of OT.
Great read from Andy. He jumped off the back wall, pre-flipped into it. Must have touch there. Otherwise, this game would not be going on any longer. You see Mode on the ball, trying to leave this for Atomic. Got the pitch actually with Atomic. But Andy, again, good read there. You see Pirates passing it out in transition, utilizing the field. This is something you also see G2 do. But G2, no strangers to getting those clearances, trying to see if they can force an errant touch out of Pirates. Atomic! Oh, denied by Andy!
There's a good job playing away from where Daniel was waiting, but Atomic almost made him pay anyways, because they almost didn't defend the net. Beast Mode, bring it to ground. It's a logjam in front, and Daniel can't find a way through.
And you see the Pirates defense forcing G2 to mix it up here a little bit. Instead of going for the mechanical plays, they're trying to throw them off speed. Still, though, Pirates able to maintain properly. G2 have had to work to score something in this OT. Could be a chance here. Atomic miss, no! Now it'll be a big clearance, and Beast Mode needs to do something here. Ends up taking it up off his own back wall to slow things down, but that was almost very dangerous for G2.
I clipped the crossbar, that's what threw him off. If that just goes straight down and up, he's got it red all the way, and this game's over. 5 up back downfield. Aris waiting. He slowed down Beast Mode, but only temporarily. Beast Mode diving through. Atomic for the win. Daniel wins it for G2 again.
Look at this from G2 flip reset. You see Atomic just trying to force Andy out. Daniel has to get there quick, and he does. Ball bounces off Pirates' car, but it doesn't matter. G2 win again, and they push the series to match point. But my goodness, did they have to work for it.
They did have to work for it. I go back actually to the previous series with Gen G and SSG. That the game, what was it, 5-4 in overtime. We felt like, okay, Space Station played their absolute best game, and it wasn't enough. That's what you had out of Pirates. They did everything they could, and it still was not enough because they got outshot 16-6 in a lengthy overtime, and G2 finally found a way through. Pirates on a boat, gonna take a timeout after an 800-point performance out of Andy. Again, nothing at the net, and that is the problem. The offense that has been fine, pretty good at times for Pirates on a boat, has been stifled by this juggernaut G2.
Yeah, definitely some close chances here, but I think also with the long overtime in the game 3 as well, this does make very sense. Of course, also you can't take it with you, so might as well call it. But definitely something that does seem, seem right here for Pirates. Just kind of looking at G2 that ramp up, that pressure, is hard to deal with, and they are dealing with it for a consistent amount of time over the course of the game. So for them, even just a chance to breathe here, recollect yourselves, is also going to be important. Because right now, G2, they've got their plan, they're sticking to it. Pirates are making them work for it, but on the other side of the field, just have to be a little bit more threatening, which is so tough because this G2's team is so fast. I mean, they'd be able to read the play. If they have a teammate that's in a bad spot, they're able to cover for them so quickly, and they don't mind doing things that change up the pace. You expect Daniel to go for the ball. Daniel is like, this isn't a good opportunity. Atomic, can you go for it? And Atomic does it all while you're trying to figure out why Daniel isn't going for the ball. You don't even realize you have a free chance to go for it. This is just G2 just always thinking and playing for each other.
Well, the likes of M80, Dignitas, Shopify Rebellion, NRG, all teams that have no other games to play this weekend, they're all excited seeing Pirates on a Boat stay right where they are at 12 points. It's going to set up a very interesting third regional, regardless of whether or not Pirates can find a way back here against G2. But the bar stays where it is if G2 closes this out. Atomic over 5-up, stopped by Andy. We're off and running in a closeout opportunity for G2 Stride.
Now Pirates after the timeout, you got to wonder what they were talking about. And will we see that impact close here on the field? We've seen timeouts working in it. We've also seen them fail, especially even in today. But how do things work here? It's been 1-goal games for the most part in this series. A chance for Pirates to start to try to reverse sweep. But we all knew that this was definitely going to be a tough position for them to be in. They've been managing the ball so far. They're keeping it on G2's half in the first minute, but G2 trying to find the space to get out.
5-up, indirect pass looking for Eris. He's a little too slow to the play. Pirates being a little more conservative here. Andy back to 5-up, forced it through 2. But Atomic is right there. Daniel rotating back towards the near post, and he'll take this away as 5-up get a piece of that. But really not to Pirates' benefit. Andy trying to find Eris. Intercepted by Atomic. Here comes G2 with their first good look here in Game 4. Daniel around to Atomic, near side, 1-0.
And Daniel just working here, takes his time, play a low 50, gets the pass out, and threatened with the bump on Eris just to set up a lane for Atomic to strike. Well done, G2. The play works out perfectly.
G2 not looking to mess around here at all, as they have not through this first split. Goes Daniel, right at 5-up, underneath him. And then finally Eris with the big clear. 5-up already happened to be downfield. He didn't steal the boost though, and he had to stop. Eris was going to take it when he missed. That forced Eris to slow down, and that chain reaction has slowed down Pirates enough that G2 look like they're going to get an easy clear.
Easy clearance. Ooh, big 2 demos there from Daniel, opening up some room. Pass to beast mode. Atomic got the bump, but mode, he had a free double, but that first touch was off. Tried to catch up to it, wasn't enough. Now he's trying to catch up to the ball. Wanted to get a good 50 towards the net, but good on 5-up to keep the save low and slow. That being said, here comes G2. We're starting to see the pressure build again.
All beast mode for himself. Double, triple, no. Set back out to Atomic. Beast mode's there, and Eris not fooled at all by beast mode's errant attempt. Atomic, though, back out to Daniel. Slow play almost worked out, as Eris had to shut the door on that as well. Eris has had to work extra here on the defensive end throughout this series, and it still hasn't been enough. G2 have gotten shot after shot after shot all throughout this series. That's kicked away, so beast mode can play it. And G2 try to slowly break out of the zone again. Atomic's got nothing but time, space, and a full tank of boost.
Yeah, man, gets it past 1. You know, those are the kind of challenges too. You know, when you go up and, you know, it's a fairly even challenge, at least going into the air, and then you start to see someone misplayed or just straight up dusted to the ball. Then that's when things you really have to start looking at, because those are chances to stop offensive pushes, and all it takes is just a 50 there. You can even bring the ball up. That second man can make a challenge, slow up the offense, maybe even take control. You guys can start offense of your own. But Pirates now, time ticking against them, 1:30 left in regulation. This game has been all G2, and they need to do something to steer the waters in their direction.
That 6-2 shot advantage looming heavily now. Beast mode, try to line it up, got it in front, and it's cleared out again, but not out of the woods just yet. That's a rare miscue, though, out of Beast mode. Can Pirates take advantage of it? Eris will launch it downfield. What can Atomic do here? Credited with a save, so only 3 shots now for Pirates, 1 each from Eris, 5 up and Andy. Beast mode across, Atomic's there, so too is 5 up. We get into the final minute. Pirates are eventually going to have to start getting real aggressive, and that's going to be real scary for them. Andy ahead, no contact. Eris got one through beast mode. He's got Andy across. Will he call for himself instead? It doesn't matter. He's blocked way up high. Here's Andy on the doorstep. Took a long time getting around to it. No power.
Andy almost able to put that one on. 30 seconds to go here. Pirates with the ball out in front. You're absolutely right. They do have to get more aggressive here on the ball, but they're still, even when they are trying to, they still can't make it. Beast mode had the double, not enough. Will get cleared out, but G2 still hold on to the 1-goal lead.
Final 10 seconds, last call now for Pirates on a boat to try and save this event for them. That's cleared away by Beast Mode. They'll have to work without touching the ground. The ground is lava. Andy beat 2 with that touch. Atomic through the air. Beast Mode kills it. G2 sweep the Pirates off the boat, and G2 gets Gen G tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
4-0 sweep for
Yes.
G2 Stride. This team has found their form, and it's really up to everyone else to try to stop it. They played their game plan, and it worked out. Pirates gave them their best shot, and it was close. But close does not do it in top 8. Pirates, though, still end up finishing out top 8. And G2 now, like you said, date with Gen G moving forward. But, I mean, the way that G2 are playing, anybody who goes up against them in North America really has to be prepared.
Listen, it comes down to something very, very simple. They're G2, and you're not. That's what everybody else in North America has to contend with right now. Gen G will get another shot at them. You know they're going to be very disappointed, or they were very disappointed with how things ended 2 weeks ago. So they'll have that extra motivation. But this is what you have to contend with. G2, that takes about 10 shots a game. Good luck stopping them. We'll send things back to the desk to close out the second day of our playoff weekend.
Well, Gibbs, this is the price we pay for being believers. Pirates in the boat, not able to get the cannons lit against G2 here. They will drop at 4-0. G2, just faster, stronger, better team. 2 overtimes. There's a lot of upsides you can look at for the Pirates on the boat. That they got it as close as they did. They kept it was a 1-goal game there in the finals. But also, this is how G2 plays.
Yeah, it just reminds me of the old school like energy when they were the kings of North America. They know they're better. They'll play safe. They don't have to worry about necessarily blowing you out like a 5-0 game. They'll beat you in the 1-goal and 2-goal games and just play sound defense. That is what G2 is doing right now. Great positional play, James, by all of them, and it never looked like it was out of their hands. Sure, there were some overtimes, but G2 looked in full control.
They really did. It was apparent as well, just some of the plays in the air. You see Daniel going up, looking so natural in the air, and you could just tell the difference out there, the confidence from G2 to be able to play that way. And you're right, Gibbs, they were close games, but G2, it felt like they were just playing flawless. They have very few opportunities for any team to really score on. I mean, I even saw a pre-jump in one of the plays in overtime. Pirates were trying everything to try to break through G2, and they just couldn't do it. G2, they're so consistent, and they have been for a little bit now, and you wonder if this is just going to be a hot streak or if this really is their normal. Are they playing really well? Is this something we can see them consistently do, or that's the question.
Yeah, it's wild because like their defense, as I talked about them, they're number 1 by a mile over every single team. They only gave up 2 goals in 4 games, but there was also over 5 minutes of overtime here, so that includes 1 extra game basically there. So 2 goals in 5 games is just a great showing by G2. You could tell that they're worried more about the defense first. They know they have the skill to just go on offense and either 1v1 or just bring one more man up when they have you beat, and they do it so perfect.
Yeah, over and over again here. It was the G2 story from beginning to end. I mean, you brought up the pre-jumping that the Pirates were starting to do. When there's this much of a speed difference, you start having to kind of skip steps, hope that you can find a way to catch up with G2 there, but it's not going to quite work out in this time. The Pirates will go back to the drawing board. We'll see them again in the third regional, but G2 still on top. They've earned a date with Gen G. Let's hear from the coach.
Hey y'all, it's me, the coach. Just kidding. It's Lemon Kiri with the head coach of G2, continuing the domination through the bracket. Thank you for joining me, Sathu.
Thanks for having me.
What's it like to face teams on the rise like Pirates on the boat? Because y'all showed 2 overtimes and made things look pretty close.
Yeah, you know, they're a good team. We know them well. We played them in the first qual for the first regional. And we swept them there as well, and it was a bit more of a one-sided series then, but they've definitely improved a lot under Achieve's guidance since then. So yeah, it was close, but we felt controlled this time as well, so it was good for us.
Yeah, we gotta get you in a suit so we can have suited up coaches against each other like on TV.
Yeah, eventually.
But speaking of a good show, Gen G is your opponent again, earlier than usual, I know, but what's going to be different about this series compared to the last time you met?
I imagine they're going to be a lot hungrier. I think we look slightly different than we did last week. I think that's why we saw a more consistent Swiss. I think maybe that's why we're also scoring a little bit less, but that also could just be execution on the day. We'll take a look at it, but I think they're going to play us a lot tougher. They should play us a lot tougher. They've had a couple weeks to look at us ever since that series, and it's not it's not a mystery as to how we play. So they have time to do their research. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm excited for kind of the mini grand final that we're going to get tomorrow. So please no blowout, okay? Make it look close like you did for this one. But I think the funny conversation here, too, is some people are saying North America is like a one-team region. Do you agree with that, or how many teams do you think are good representatives of the region?
No, I don't agree with that. I think NA has more to show than just one team. I think there's probably, 3 good teams that could actually contend with a lot of Europe. Again, the French themselves, I know they're part of Europe, but they almost feel like their own region with how dominant they are. But no, I think we have 3 teams that could actually give them all series. So, yeah.
Ooh, I'm excited to see more of that. So yeah, Gen G is your opponent tomorrow in the semifinal. What message do you have to send to them?
Good luck. Good luck. Just bring your best, and we'll obviously do the same.
Awesome. Best of luck to you and to them. I'm hoping for a great match, and thank you for taking the time for the interview.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks.
G2's victory completes our semi-final brackets here. You'll see G2 versus Gen G tomorrow, as well as OG Esports versus Luminosity. Now, James, we were talking about how, the bottom half of the bracket was just the opportunity to lose to the top half of the bracket in the grand finals. Given what you saw today, do you still feel like that's true?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So,
What?
Hey, I'm going to give a little more credit to Luminosity and OG. I counted OG out because we haven't
I'm not
seen
giving any credit to Luminosity. They got lucky. NRG crushed them. They creamed them.
I forgot.
They're lucky.
Yeah,
Drees must have, I think everyone on NRG playing with their hand fell asleep or slept on a rock. I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. But,
I was surprised,
if
too.
like a G2 Gen G, they play second, I believe. If that goes to game 7, long overtimes, they could feel like it was their grand finals, and maybe, game 1 and 2, they'll be sleeping in that final. So I think it's possible. It depends on who comes out, who's looking good. But I'm not saying it's a 2-team region yet, and Seth, you even said it's a 3-team region. We didn't get who the 3rd team is. I think we know who
He's talking about NRG.
James, did you look at... Okay, so, NRG versus Luminosity was 3-0 was the best game. No, you built this bet. You're sleeping in it now,
okay?
And then game 1 was
Luminosity.
7-2 in favor of Luminosity. and 5-1. I'm sorry.
He's probably talking about Luminosity. It's fine. I think Luminosity is the favorite to make it through that lower bracket. And to be fair, I will give it to Luminosity. They've played G2 close before. I think there's just something about those matchups, about the play styles, where it actually, LG has maybe the best shot in North America at dethroning G2. We'll see. I mean, G2 still got to get through Gen G, but based on what we saw from the last final, I think a lot of people are expecting G2 to win again. But, that's why we play the games. You never know.
You never know. You got to tune in tomorrow to see the results of those games, folks. And all this is building up to our big major at the end of the split in Copenhagen. Make sure you get your tickets, folks. Billitlund.dk if you want to go. That is March 28th through the 31st. The show days for the crowd will be there is March 30th and 31st. So be there if you can. We would love to see you guys. It's an excellent time to get to hang out with the Rocket League family and watch Rocket League action in person. Folks, we've got an incredible set of top 4 teams here. We'll be crowning a champion tomorrow. Kickoff is at 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll have the pre-show live at 9:30 Pacific. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Damn, bro, you're barely getting it. I mean, still waiting for it. Damn, dude, so no, man, Gen G and G2 are two favorite. But from NA, from Europe, the EU is Vitality for sure, but I know they're not in it. But man, that was some damn good games though. I mean, Pirates on the board didn't do too bad. Especially they went up against the #1 seed, so hopefully that gave them enough experience and how seed 1 team in place. And that is crazy, man. They just texted me. Very why. Bro, I texted you that last night. I'm gonna get this one. Yeah. Well, alright guys, well I'm gonna end the stream there and I hope you enjoyed as much as I did. I'll be streaming a little bit later tonight, Rocket League again. The creator join is hit me up. Y'all know what to do. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Evolve out.